just a second, he'll be up to Chuck Marlowe on his final lap. Roger Howdy in the end, the backstretch all to himself. Here he comes, A.J. Foyt, number 1, entering up toward that northeast turn, the big wave to all the fans. He's in the northeast, and Mikey Hurst.
We got him here, people waving their hands, waving to him, and he waves back as he takes the turn number 3. One more turn to go to Jim Shelton.
And he's in this turn right now. White car, big gold number 1, happy A.J. There you have what looks like our winner, and I don't think he can miss now. He has about half a straightaway to go, and here's Sid Collins.
Well, nothing should happen now, and here comes the car, the Sheraton Thompson Special, the checkered flag for A.J. Foyt, with the right hand up in the air, waving to the crowd, the winner of the 1964 500-mile race.
And there the checkered flag waving, and Maury Rose is the winner. Rose is the winner of the 31st running of the Indianapolis 500-mile Motor Speedway Classic.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr., and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes right. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody single. They come toward the main straightaway, Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, perfectly aligned, back on the main straightaway to call the start of the greatest spectacle in racing, the voice of the 500, Paul Page.
Oh, they came off of turn 4 beautifully. They look for the green flag. The green flag is out. And from the center of the road, James Hinchcliffe pulls away. Howard tried to duck over behind him, but Hinchcliffe is in front.
They must have found something with that car because he was not happy with the balance, not happy with the amount of horsepower he could have during that first run. Marco slides that bright yellow and blue Snapple car into pit lane. The fueler will engage the hose and the 4 tire changers will go to work. Marco has charged to the front. His grandfather won in 1969. A good pit stop for Andretti as he exits pit lane.
Hunter Ray slung past on the inside of that Carpenter. Marco Andretti in third, then Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves. That's the front 5 in the turn number 3, Mark James.
Not sure on restarts that up front is the place to be because of what happens with a slipstream, if you will. And Carpenter right there. Marco Andretti, then Scott Dixon, then Elio Castroneves. Front 5 set sail for the north end. Hunter Ray trying to draft Carpenter going into 1. And Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter Ray on the inside. Hunter Ray will make the pass again. And Marco Andretti stays in the number 3 spot. He may want number 2.
Guys, Will Power and Carpenter, Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter Ray darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter Ray.
Hunter Ray looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter Ray, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the backstretch for the final time.
And Elio make the move 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all left in the tank? A couple of turns to go. Ryan Hunter Ray leads in Indy. Turn number 800 is upon him. Less than a car length is the difference. The final turn. Hunter Ray to call the finish. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
And it is Ryan Hunter Ray that is going to lead Elio Castroneves across the line. Ryan Hunter Ray has his first.
I'll tell you the truth, it's one of those places you show up and you go, it's funny because the entrance of the track is gorgeous and you go to the back where we were and it's like, oh, and you drive around the track and it's hard to know but how good the track is going to be. My first impression was I did the installation on cold tires and it was pretty chilly out there. And the grip level was like pretty high. I was like, I stopped and I told you, hey, do you manage to get up to speed really easy? And he said, yeah. I'm like, wow. That was kind of surprising. And then as the track rubbered up and we started running hard, oh my God, fast.
Jake on program 1-2.
Fast. Pretty cool. It flows, but it's a lot of timing involved. It's pretty cool. I like it.
It's certainly a high commitment track. You know, a lot of commitment involved in those corners. High speed, technical sections with some slower speed sections. The best bit about it, I think, is that the fans are going to be able to sit right there in the stands and see the whole thing. It reminds me a lot of Cleveland in many ways, and you know, on the old airport circuit, when you can see the whole track. So it's going to be a fantastic venue. I think that they're going to really, the fans are going to enjoy it, especially the ones that are there in person. You know, and how the racing product is with the aero kits, it's yet to see. You know, we're all kind of in the experiment together. A lot of development will be going on, so. It certainly is a beautiful facility and a nice racetrack. 20-25 minutes from New Orleans, so that's going to be great. I mean, everybody's going to want to stay downtown and head to an IndyCar race 20 minutes away. Win-win.
Yeah, the track is really challenging. It's very fast and committing, and for the fans it's kind of a Cleveland type of scenario because there's no trees or anything in the middle. You see everything from that main grandstand that they put up, so it's going to be a pretty good show. I think obviously passing is always difficult to know how much opportunities you're going to get and everything, but as far as the car's look and how quick it is and the braking performance and the acceleration.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team, home, and he wins again.
And there's the check flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail. A little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr. and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes right. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody single. They come toward the main straightaway. Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Yeah, hit that. And good morning, good afternoon from New Orleans. Yep, we're in the Big Easy. I'm Paul Page. Mark James is alongside, and we're ready for the Indy cars to make their very first appearance on this magnificent facility they call NOLA. It's out here. It's wonderful, Mark James, and the hospitality and the graciousness of the people couldn't have been better.
And it mirrors the gentleman whose vision comes to reality when you come into this motorsports park. And we're happy to have him in the booth with us right off the top, Dr. Laney Shoest. And first of all, congratulations. This has to be, you have to feel almost like an expectant father here today, I guess, to watch this all unfold.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good analogy. Because we're pregnant, so to speak. We're going to have a race, so there's a lot of feelings, a lot of thoughts. It's been 3 years now, and here it is. It's happening, and it's pretty exciting.
When this idea was first broached, when you first started to think this through, this wasn't the original intent, from what I understand.
Well, the park. It may sound a little wacky, but I'm a fan of driving fast. It's my favorite hobby. And I picked up the hobby later in life. I was not a racer, still not a racer, and just with friends, we'd show up and go to all these little driving schools meant for high performance driving, not racing. And I don't know that there's much of a future if you pick up racing at the age of 40. And I tell people it takes discipline and talent to race. So I don't have either one, but it doesn't take either one to have fun driving a car fast. So my hobby just got a little big, a lot of control. We started building this facility because there's nothing near here. And I don't know, it just got bigger and bigger. And the designer said, well, let's build it to FIA2 specs and maybe we can have a race one day. So the Jazz Fest is coming up here in New Orleans, our giant music festival here in a couple of weeks. 3 years ago at Jazz Fest, I met someone with Andretti Motorsports Marketing, and we started dialogue. And here we are 3 years later. Indy's had different CEOs, and there's been a big transition, and we've been working on it. And I've been learning about Indy racing, about racing in general. I've been an Indy fan for a long time. I've been up to the 500 at least a dozen times. I was there in 2011 for the 100th year, and I'm just a big fan of the sport, of Indy cars, the technology, the drivers, extremely great guys.
So in many ways, this is a dream come true for you. And by the way, I love that your identification is the boss lady's husband rather than your name on your ID.
No, that's great. That's correct. I go around the track, and we have our little cards that open all the doors here, and it says boss lady's husband. The interesting thing is that people meet Kristen Oswald, the lady who is the president and runs the track, and say, oh, is that the boss lady? And we both laugh. And we just laugh and laugh. But it's not, she's not the boss lady. It's my wife, Ruth, who is the boss lady.
All right, so you have this dream, like we all do, to be near these great cars. Here for the very first time as a competitive series. They've been here plenty of times to test. They're out there. In fact, who was that? Takuma Sato?
Jack Hawksworth.
No, that's Hawksworth that did a quick spin, and they've gone red flag to get him off the race course. But how does it feel to suddenly see they're here, they're ready to go, the weekend is about to begin?
This part is hard to describe. I mean, there's certainly a lot of emotions. There's a deep sense of satisfaction, happiness, a little bit of pride, good kind of pride. And it's hard to describe, but there's a very good feeling about it. What I also find interesting, I have more laps on this track than anyone else, and so I know some parts of it very well. And my laps are in high-performance modified street cars, some just regular street cars I can get on here and do a sub 2-minute lap. And then I have a Ferrari Challenge racer, which I don't race. I'm the only one that I have it in my own. It's not kept by a dealer somewhere. And I have a Riley Mark 22 track day car, which is close to a Daytona prototype. So it's a downforce car, and it's way over my head, but I still have fun with it. So one of our turns, we did some mods to enhance passing and competition. One of our turns, I want people to watch. It's going to be a little tricky. Coming down the main straight, it's a long straightaway, 3,300 feet. There's a right-hand turn, which we have constrained a little bit with temporary curbing. Clear passing zone. Turn 2 is a left sweeper, but there's a turn 3-4 complex, which doesn't look like it's too impressive.
It's a big switchback.
But right here in the turn 3, there's more than one optimum way. So let me see how these young studs figure out which optimum way is the optimum way. There's a high line and a low line, and at first glance one would think it's not a distinct passing zone, but I've talked to Helio, I talked to Ryan Hunter-Ray, and they said, hey, that turn's tricky, and so we'll see. I mean, only in the competitive marketplace we'll see what they do. And then the back straight, we had some S's, which are not optimum for these high downforce cars. So we straightened out the back straight, but they're going to enter the back straight. They're full on throttle when they get to turn 6. They're full throttle all the way to turn 10.
That's a right-hander continuing to go right-hand and then onto the long back stretch.
So they're going to enter a long straight going about 150. So we expect them to hit drag limited top speed, around 190 twice on each lap, and with a those 1-2 at turn 1, at turn 6, and at turn 10, traditional inertia speed-based passing zones where They go in fast. They got to slow down. Whoever's got the best brakes can get under somebody. And turn 3 is going to be what we're calling a complex passing zone.
So that turn 3, that's actually a left-hander hairpin.
Correct.
Coming back immediately to a right-hander hairpin.
It's a left-hand, at the scale we're looking at it, it's a left-hander with a tiny radius. It is a small straight segment, and then a left-hander with a larger, 3 times bigger radius. Yeah. So it's quite literally complex from a mathematical standpoint, but you want to certainly hit turn 4, the right-hander, because that little straight piece is very fast. So, whoever gets set up for turn 4 is going to have the advantage. And if they look at, typical, you got to drive 3 turns backwards to be set up for the one that gives you the most advantage, not necessarily the one in front of you. So
this vision came out of a love of motorsports, but I think from the conversations we had before we went on, this event in itself is born more out of a love that you have for this region and this city.
Well, here we are in New Orleans. This is our 10th year post big hurricane, post Katrina. It's our 5th year post the oil spill. We got walloped pretty hard with a couple of things, and the one we're really focusing on is that 10-year after the big hurricane, looking at major disasters that affect cities. Kind of no matter what you do, there seems to be a 10-year time scale on either fixing it, moving out of town, or correcting it, or recovering from it and preventing it. When the hurricane first hit, many of us, we had many conferences, book writers talking about major disasters in history that have hit cities. And it seems like no matter what, our technology, our money, it's a 10-year horizon. So this 10th year, here we are. And we think this is, somewhat of a, I hate to use the term glorious, but this is certainly a shining example that we're doing more than recovery. We're out here doing something different. In the sports world, we're a small market. We're known as the smallest market that has an NBA team and an NFL team. And of course, we have an arena, a facility or venue for both of those downtown. So here we are with another major sports event right here close to the city. One of our nice points is that when we look on a worldwide basis, okay, like a CBD of a city that's a convention destination, how close is a motorsports park, with a road course? So we're around 14 miles, 25 minutes away. It's very unique that the way land use is, if you look at a big city, where can you get enough land where you can get enough to afford to be able to do this and have noise issues? We're unique in the whole planet. We are the closest big motorsports facility to a downtown convention destination.
Now, we were talking a little bit about your hard card there, which lists you as the boss lady's husband. Now, the thing about motorsports events, especially new ones, it's always interesting to see what the trophies are going to look like. And, of course, there are some iconic trophies out there. Texas Motor Speedway offers the 6-shooters. NASCAR tracks, of course, offer some grandfather clocks. The Borg Warner Trophy, of course, the granddaddy of them all. So talk a little bit about this trophy and the fact that your wife was very, very involved in the design of the trophy for the winner of this race.
Yes. I'd say more than involved. She pretty much did it all. Things are not like they are everywhere else. Here in New Orleans, we're a little bit different. We are fortunate to, I don't know what we want to call it, just an alternate way of looking at things. So I visited some racing company headquarters that race Indy. I looked at a bunch of trophies, and I find all of them, hey, that's a great trophy. It's interesting, it's clever. We like to throw in a little irreverence. Some people confuse our irreverence with silliness. They're just not at all the same. We're very serious about our irreverence. The book Confederacy of Dunces, I'll make that a reference. So we have a well-known local glass artist. His name is Mitchell Godet, and the guy is a magician. So you'll see some very fancy glass art for the trophies, including our local themes. There's an alligator on the trophy. There's our ever-present fleur-de-lis. The fleur-de-lis is now the track. At the track, we have a fleur-de-lis with racing checks, and we call it a speed-de-lis, and it's trademarked the Saints, the Pelicans have trademarked fleur-de-lis shaped emblems, and it's something you just can't get away from. So you just soon embrace the fleur-de-lis. So our speed-de-lis, and people tell me, "Gee, Laney, that was brilliant. You put racing checks in a fleur-de-lis." And I said, well, what else could I have done? I didn't see a racing crawfish. I didn't see a racing hurricane or hand grenade, the drinks in the French Quarter. I didn't see any of that. So it's trademarked. And what we like is, if you say it quick, it's speedily. So we say, like Disney, it's got 2 levels, but it's a little irreverent, a little funny, but very distinctive. Called a speedily.
Team's wrapping up the install laps, Paul. We had a red flag situation. Jack Hawksworth, we want to clarify, did not spin. The car just crawled to a stop, and he had to get a tow back to pit road, and hopefully his session will get back underway. They had an interesting day at St. Petersburg as we see the 19 machine slide off course in the turn number 5 area. So the green flag is still out, and he appears to be out of harm's way. And that's going to bring out a local caution only. That's, of course, Francisco Draconi and the number 19 machine for Dale Coyne. But this is the initial practice session of the weekend here at NOLA in preparation for the Grand Prix on Sunday.
And they are going to go red flag, and so they can get Draconi back off the course. So within a very short period of time, 2 red flags. We don't have any real representative lap times. Yes, it'll take a while, but time on the session's beginning to run.
Dr. Lady Shoist is our guest. Of course, this was his vision, and the owner of this facility. But we noticed Alan Wilson, very, very involved in the development of this facility. And Alan, of course, did a great job in the development of Barber Motorsports Park and also, I believe, Miller Motorsports Park in Utah. So talk about that planning process when you started to put pen to paper, for lack of a better term.
I couldn't find a Build a Motorsports Park for Dummies book, so I was out on my own.
Some might say that's redundant to say.
Well,
Motorsports for Dummies, I'm not sure. But.
Yes, in terms of return on capital, it's right there. We can find quantum physics for dummies, high energy particle physics for dummies, and that's one of my hobbies, and I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second. It's all about kinetic energy, isn't it? So, right after the hurricane, I've had this bug in my head for a couple of years to build a place. Right after the hurricane, I really tried, but the construction, the disarray was too much, so I just kind of gave up a little bit. And then about 4 years later, coming up on about 5.5 years ago, I just looked in the mirror and said, "Self, if you don't do this now, you're just never going to do it, or you're going to be too old to enjoy it for 20 years," and on and on. So I started looking for designers, and there's Alan with his high visibility, and then there's Herman Tilke, if you got $1 billion and to give to Bernie Ecclestone and build a Formula One track. And I didn't have $1 billion. If I would have, I don't know if I'd have given it to Bernie Ecclestone and Tilke. So it's good, they do their thing. But I looked around. There was a reference facility, and it's a country club track, the Audubon in Joliet, Illinois. And Mark Basso and the guys out there did a great job. And so I just learned about the process of, hey, do this, here's the steps, here's what happens, and engaged Alan Wilson. Of course, at the time he was in Utah with Miller, and then also I learned the story of Barber. So that's just kind of how I got started. Our challenge here was our soil conditions, which are soft. If you notice, the public roads are not very good. And I told the crew, I said, well, let's find out who built the most roads in the area, and let's not hire them first, because clearly they messed up all the roads. And so that was, our joking way to get started. But so I found some land. I was fortunate to have one landowner that had 3,600 acres, willing to sell us 750 of it in the middle of it. And I really did not know exactly how we were going to build a racetrack and keep it level and smooth for 25 years until, but then I was somewhat incentivized to figure it out real quick. And we came up with a solution which has worked very well. We have asphalt's been down 3.5 years, and it is in extremely good shape. We have 1 or 2 tiny spots that we've had a little grinding. We may have a little relay resurfacing due next year, but 95% of it is smooth and flat. The process we used was a massive soil stabilization effort. We used a type of fly ash, which is a waste product from power plants burning petroleum coke. It mixed very well with the high silica clay that we have in this area, and it just made a very hard, very solid, very stable, lightweight foundation. The whole trick was that the asphalt and the foundation under it had to be lighter in weight than the wet clay around it. So in essence, it's floating on the wet clay all around it, and it's been very stable.
I know that in preparation for this event, we've seen on IndyCar.com all of the media coverage that all the testing sessions has received. It looks as though, from a media standpoint and a fan standpoint, the support is clearly there. Have you got the support you felt you needed from the government and local powers that be?
Oh, gosh. Well, the support was essential. The state of Louisiana, from economic development funds, put up the money to modify the track and put the first event on. It's consistent with money they spend to go after a Final Four, a Super Bowl, other major sporting events. And, we told them that if things go right, this could be a one-time stimulus, and we have a sustaining event. I mean, our big picture goal is that to create value, the only path to creating value for us in the hospitality industry here in New Orleans, we have to create value for IndyCar and their sponsors. I mean, it's not like we can convince them of something. We have to show them and prove it. So we have a whole lot of little things we've done different. In the very beginning, in the Indy executive suite that I'm dealing with, Mark Miles and CJ and Jay Fry, incredible guys. The topic came up about, hey, I'd like to do what we can to absolutely go after Gen Xers and millennials that are looking at, X Games and extreme sports. I'd like to get them into racing. And my angle on it was that, look, we're not going to cram racing and competition and passing. Let's make the race experience fun. So we have an app out there, which, if everybody download it right now, it's called gpnola.com. Okay. And I'll show it to you real quick. But we're going to be putting out on the app and on social media feeds stuff called quirky race data. Okay, for example, we have a contest running for someone to guess how many times the spark plugs are going to fire in the whole field during the race. So, and they're going to win. They're going to be the Spark Tech nerd. They're going to win a little money. We'll see where it goes. We're going to be measuring with some telemetry connections we have how many kilowatt hours of power, in terms of the power in your house. Well, the field's going to generate a certain amount of power in your house, and our Entergy Louisiana company will sell it to you for about 11 cents a kilowatt hour. We'll compare that to the price of the E85 they burn doing it. Another little tidbit, our whole field, going about 190, has about 150 megajoules kinetic energy, about 77 pounds of TNT. So, we're looking for anyone who's seen pop-up video on VH1.
Sure.
I've heard the song 50 times, but I'll hear it again to see the pop-up video. So we're, again, back to that keyword, a little bit of irreverence, a little bit of fun. But we are trying to get the folks who live in their apps and live in their phones.
Sure.
We're just trying to put some interesting stuff there, because they're going to sit here at the race and look at their phone all day. So we're trying to have a little fun with it and do a little something different they haven't seen before.
And the address there again is?
The app is in the App Store. And right now we're iOS on the app. It's if they search for NOLA, they'll find two apps. There's a GP NOLA app at the App Store, which is the race app, and there's one for NOLA Motorsports Park. That one is has been compiled both ways to Android and iOS, and we're going to be pushing our quirky race data. Social media, we're doing some unique stuff, and those out there dealing with social media, they're noticing that we're putting out a giant push on a lot of fun information. So we're giving it the best we got.
We have to thank Jillian Unitas from Andretti Sports Marketing. She worked very hard to make this happen, to get you in here this morning. We understand you're going to be pulled in a billion different directions, and the only unfortunate thing is none of us will be busy working. We won't be able to stand next to you when that green flag flies on Sunday, and we know that's a proud moment for you. Dr. Landy Shows, thanks again for spending time with us today. We appreciate it. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. It's a lot of
fun. See how special that thinking is to make a very special track.
Yeah,
thanks
absolutely.
for being with us.
Thanks, and come back anytime.
Yep.
You guys are a lot of fun, and have a good week here, and let's have a great race. Thank you.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
And when we come back, we'll be talking with Graham Rahal, and we're starting to get some of the representative times.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, is that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Well, we're starting to get some of the representative times in. Really only 6 laps at speed for everybody on the course. The quickest at the moment is Joseph Newgarden, and that lap is a 1:20.51. That's the fastest of the day. So how do the drivers look ahead to this? And how about Graham Rahal, Jake?
The DA lubricant car number 15 with Steak and Shake on it of Graham Rahal still sits here on pit road with an umbrella for Rahal, Letterman, Landing, and Racing. And Graham Rahal getting ready to go out. You told me, you've done extensive testing here, so is that why you guys didn't necessarily feel the need to have to get right out at the beginning of the session?
No, I mean, you don't see, you're not seeing Kanaan or Dixon or any of the Penske's running yet, and really the reason is saving tires. The tire is actually pretty durable, pretty consistent here, but, we have a few sets here for today, and there's just no rush to get out there at this point, but hopefully we'll get this DA Lubricants car out there shortly and see how it is. We were pretty quick here in the test, so I think the expectation is pretty high for this weekend, but I'm excited to get out there and get running. It's a pretty cool event here.
As a driver, when we come to a new track that you've never been on and you test it, how long does it take for you in your mind to kind of memorize, if you will, the pattern of how you drive it?
Well, it doesn't take a long time to memorize the pattern. I will say, though, it was hard. Like the first day we ever tested here compared to like Hunter Ray, we were a few tenths off, and the first morning, and I was like, man, what am I doing wrong? And I talked to Ryan at lunch, and he goes, dude, if I didn't have teammates, I'd be lost. He said, this place is hard to find the time, but luckily I got 4 people here to look at their data and figure out where I'm losing and not. So it is pretty tricky. The direction of it is one thing, but finding where do you find the speed? How do you find it? Is it entry speed? Is it getting off the corner better? Those sorts of things can be tricky at different places.
Lastly, let's talk about this course and the challenges it presents. Very flat. The air here is very thick as well. How do those play into your weekend?
Yeah, the air is pretty thick. It's pretty humid right now. It's just going to hurt downforce and hurt power. But really for us, it's we got to go out there and attack this track as much as we can. They've changed turn 1 a little bit since testing, so it should be a little bit slower. You're not allowed to go 4 wheels over the white line at the exit of 1, whereas before we were. But really, this place is tricky because one thing I found here, every lap you need to put together, obviously, to go quick. But to find the speed here, you have to be driving at such a high level. If you take it back, 5%, you find you're going a second slower. So it demands a lot of the driver. This will be a very physical race for sure.
New Orleans has been good to you in the last couple months. Enjoy this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Graham Rahal, who watched his Ohio State Buckeyes win the national championship down here in New Orleans, and he should see himself getting in that 15 car. We should see him out there very, very soon. The other person on pit road manning for us today during this practice session is my co-worker, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much, Jake Query. Good to join you here in NOLA Motorsports Park. Been keeping an eye on the 41 car of Jack Hawksworth. He was the one that brought out the first red flag of the session, and they brought that car back to pit lane, and they've been looking over just about every inch of that race car, trying to figure out exactly what might be wrong. We'll see if we can sneak a word here with Mitch Davis. Mitch, obviously the red flag came out for Jack. I saw you guys have been looking at everything. What exactly is wrong with the race car?
We had a fuel pressure problem. We just got it sorted out, so we're going to be good to go now.
How happy were you with Jack a week ago? I mean, such a good run at St. Petersburg with a top 10.
Yeah, we're looking forward to this race in New Orleans. This suits his driving style, too, so look to see him up front this weekend.
I'd appreciate it. He's been looking over the data. They've had about 4 or 5 guys looking over that race car, Paul Page, so hopefully they've got everything fixed for Jack Hawksworth to get him out to complete his first competitive laps here in practice.
Well, speaking of competitive laps, the quickest lap now belongs to Sebastian Bourdais, and we have yet another car with a spin, and once again it's the 19, that's Dracone, but he is under power. They did go red flag, but he might be able to drive that thing back. It looks like he's actually rolling the car a little bit, and yeah, Mark, he's under power, so we're going to see him back. Maybe this red flag will be short, but as long as we have the time, we're beginning to get reports that about everybody out there is being penalized for scoring violations. And I guess that's part of that. You don't go over this line, as you just heard Graham Rahal talk about. Nothing significant nor serious. I think the officials are just interested in getting the information out there.
Pit speed violations, too, being levied against a couple of different teams. We just saw a replay. Tony Kanaan came up on that 19 car pretty quickly. Again, I think we take for granted just how quick the reflexes are of these drivers, and we get a look at what happened to Dracone in the 19, and he just spun it. And fortunately for TK, he didn't have to go too far into that gravel pit, or he might have gotten hung up as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty quick catch as he actually just slid sideways, but he, for a moment there, blocked the course itself. This course, Mark, is remarkably flat. I mean, I don't think the elevation changes more than 3 feet. And so the visibility for everyone here, everybody in the grandstands can see everything, which makes it a very special place.
Yeah, I think some have likened it from a visibility standpoint to the course of Cleveland.
The old Cleveland Airport.
Yeah, because just about every seat gives you a view all the way around the facility. We're going to go out a little bit later on today during one of the breaks of the action on a golf cart and check out the vantage points that Jake Query and I will have when we get out on the course for qualifying and then on race day. And I'm anxious to get a bird's eye view of this fabulous facility.
Where are you
from the course standpoint? I'm going to be at the far end of the course coming off of one of the final turns, and Jake might be the busiest guy of all. I think Jake probably is going to have the luxury of being in the premium passing zone in turn number 1.
Well, he's actually where you can see that part that we just talked about,
right.
The 3-4 complex, and you're going to be looking down on the last turn, the 12-13, which is a big sweeping right-hander where they can choose either to go to the pits or to stay out on the main straightaway. Most of the cars have been out there. There's still a few that have not yet decided to go, Graham Rahal being one of them, so is Simon Pagenaud, Scott Dixon. Will Power has not actually put a time down, though we've actually seen the car in the course, and Hawksworth also has no time, and all the cars at this moment are beginning now to roll out of the pits. They pulled the red flag in pretty quickly because Dracone was able to get the car back under power and get back on the racetrack. So this is the very first session of the cars where they can actually go side by side. They don't get to do that very much in practice, so they're finding out what this course is as a racetrack for the very first time. Jake Query.
I wanted to actually try to get a vantage point as to how here in New Orleans and Louisiana in general, the Southeast, this is being received. We had a lot of questions about it when we went to Birmingham in the heart of NASCAR country, and Birmingham has been fabulous in terms of the reception to the Verizon IndyCar Series. Now, Cox Sports Television, one of the regional television networks down here in the New Orleans area, and our good friend Eric Ritchie, who spent more than a half a decade as the sports director at WXIN 59 in Indianapolis. You're down here now as a sportscaster in New Orleans. You look fit as a fiddle, Eric, as always. But let me ask you, how has it been, the buzz, in terms of the growing leading up to this point from a fan base and for your viewers in general with the IndyCar Series?
Jake, first of all, it's great to see you again. You're looking fit as well, my friend. The buzz has picked up as we get closer to the race. It's really a giant question. You know, there's a lot of novice race fans in this area, you know, NASCAR fans, that type of stuff. So the Indy racing is something new, but it's something that's really been embraced here. Fans, especially this week, have really started to dial into what's going on and realizing the significance of this historic event, and are starting to get excited about it, Jake.
What do you think it means to the region, Eric? I realize that to those of us who don't live in this area, to hear about Katrina seems like a long time ago, but I know it has to be still very recent to the people here in trying to not only rebuild but economically get back on their feet here in the state of Louisiana still to this day. What does an event like this mean to the morale and the economy of the area?
I think overall, again, people are excited about it. Anytime a major sporting event comes to the city of New Orleans, it's a good thing for the entire region. Obviously, when the then Hornets, now Pelicans, came here just over a decade ago, anytime a major sports league and event, anything like that comes here, it's going to have an impact, and we're certainly hoping, especially for the next 3 years, not just this year. And again, this is a learning trial period. Year one, we're embracing this race for 3 years.
Lastly, how much buzz on the air? I mean, in terms of, I know you've been doing your part as a guy with Indianapolis connections to try to get the word out, educate people about IndyCar, and do what you can on CST, right, to let people know about what's going on here.
No question about it, and obviously the era that we're in right now, Jake, is all about social media as well. Everything that we do, we try to immediately put it on the social media. Show my brother in a two-seater yesterday with Andretti Racing yesterday. It was so much fun, but again, getting the word out any way you can, and right now that means Twitter, Facebook, and especially our bread and butter, Cox Sports Television.
All right, lastly, go ahead and give it to me, the Twitter for everybody to follow you.
E-Rich on Sports.
E-Rich on Sports, and that's where you can see what they're doing down here to cover. Eric, always good seeing you, man. I appreciate it. To cover what they're doing to get everybody, because Eric, guys, I got to tell you, called me months ago. Hey, look, we're going to do special shows here. They had a special broadcast yesterday that ran in the 5-state region of the Southeast, all about what was taking place here at the NOLA Motorsports Park. So like he said, first year for it, 3-year deal, hopefully the first of what will turn out to be many years to come.
Pretty good stuff. Thank you, Jake. Well, Bourdais is still quick, a 119. Also in the 119 range are Newgarden and Ryan Hunter-Ray and Tony Kanaan. Everybody else is in the 120-plus range as they work to get the times down. Now, Mark James, there's a couple of things we need to talk about. 2 weeks ago at the race at St. Pete, we saw pieces flying everywhere. Of course, we're in the new Aero kits. They're pretty jazzy. They're neat looking, both the Chevrolet and the Honda. But we had a lot of contact. Now, interestingly enough, Sebastian Bourdais, our current QuickTime, is quoted as saying that we need to pay more attention as drivers. We don't need to be that aggressive. And that's been kind of echoed by some of the officials. But nevertheless, the officials have gotten together and they've worked on some reinforcement on a number of the different parts of both the Chevrolet and the Honda car to try and get them a little stiffer, so if there is contact, you're not going to get the piece coming off the car and flipping through the racetrack.
I can only imagine that the destructive testing portion of the development of these Aero kits, Paul, was very, very difficult. Nothing simulates race conditions, I don't think. They try the best that they possibly can, and you got to applaud the series and the manufacturers for realizing that's an issue. But I think we said it a little past the halfway point of the race. Look, driving styles, at least for the rest of this one, are going to have to change. Someone forgot to tell Will Power that, when he made that last big push to try to make that pass on Montoya.
Let's talk about that for a minute, because as we looked at that, Mark, he lost a good portion of the right front canard. And yet, he was able to keep trying to go back at Montoya. Now, he was losing small increments of time,
right,
but not as much as I would have expected. How about you?
Well, truth be told, I don't think, if I remember right, there really weren't enough laps left, I think, to accurately gauge that. I think he had lost his momentum by climbing on the binders of the contact, and it was almost next to impossible to gain that momentum back. But be that as it may, clearly these drivers are used to be able to lean on one another with these race cars. They're used to a lot of contact, and it's going to be interesting to see. I'm not sure this course in particular will lend itself to have that many opportunities for contact as we had at St. Pete. It's a different layout, different set of circumstances. So we may not even be able to answer that question when we get to Barber. I think we'll answer it at Long Beach.
Oh, I think absolutely. Oh, that's just a canyon of concrete walls on either
Much
side.
like St. Petersburg.
Now, they did, they did give the cars some fixes this week that they had to make sure were on the cars for this weekend. The guy who for IndyCar runs the aero side is Tino Belli, who, by the way, is celebrating a birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to him. Been around a long time. I know he doesn't want to hear that.
Yeah, do you want to sing for him?
No, I will
okay,
not. I won't insult him.
But so the cars, the teams have reacted quickly, and they've gotten that all put together, and hopefully they're actually trying to get the parts production to ramp up a little bit, which is a bit of a problem, but they say they're catching up. And then there's other issues. One of those is a penalty with Chevrolet, who had a batch of valves that they were concerned about. They thought they weren't actually up to spec. They wanted to pull those out, but the rules don't necessarily permit that. Chevrolet earned 128 manufacturers' points at St. Pete, but then they were penalized 220. So they still have more to make up. Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, and it was 11 of the 12 engines from that St. Petersburg race from Chevrolet that had the repairs done that were deemed as not minor repairs. The facts behind that, each of these teams, they get 4 engines to last 10,000 miles for the season, and 20 points are deducted in the constructors' points for each engine that doesn't last that 2,500 miles, or in this case, as we mentioned, a certain type of repair that was done. As you mentioned, it was a batch of valve springs. Chris Burby, the Chevrolet program manager, said that they discovered it when after these engines were built, and it was just precautionary. So clearly, Paul, I mean, Chevrolet would much rather take that points penalty just in the Constructors' Championship than end up grenading any of them early on in this season.
Well, that makes good sense. And with that whole 10,000 mile thing, I think almost everybody knows and understands it. But the idea is to reduce cost and to force them to build an engine that will in fact last that long.
Yep, and that's I think most of the teams obviously are in favor of that, and it's certainly that 10,000 mile requirement, Paul, just at this stage of motorsports, I think makes tremendous economic sense.
I think we're getting a little closer into the area where we are seeing times that may in fact, by the time we go qualifying tomorrow afternoon, be representative. It's still Bourdais on top, though he's in the pits right now. His best time is a 1:19.2. Newgarden is a 1:19.5. Hunter Ray at 1:19.8. Tony Kanaan got into the 1:19, so the 1:19.9. And Huertas is a 1:19.9 as well.
I got a car into the gravel trap, into the runoff area. That's the number 7 machine of James Jakes, but fortunately he didn't bury it too deeply in there, and it'll take him probably a trip to pit road, Paul, to get those tires cleaned off.
Yeah, probably more than the tires. Got to get a lot of gravel out of the underside of that car. He really took an off-road excursion.
Yeah, that's
actually
not a
came
smooth
off
ride.
to the left, then passed back across the track into another gravel area. So we'll see what Jakes has to do. I'm sure he's going to be in not very long, though, we hope. The number 4 car of Stefano Coletti is out there as well. We're keeping an eye on him.
7 cars. Track limits violation, so they're still trying to feel out the process a little bit, you think?
I think so. They're finding where the race course is.
And that was in a span of 2 minutes.
Wow. Well, they're fast. These guys are fast.
So the folks in race control have been a little busy over the past couple of minutes, keeping an eye on what's going on. And the growing pains of a new facility, I think that's what you chalk it up to, and drivers being drivers, I guess, Paul.
Yeah, when the teams, in fact, when everybody involved in the IndyCar community comes to a new facility, you really have to have a little patience because there's so many different things falling together all at once. And you heard how much planning has gone into just making this day possible. But you always learn little new things. The drivers who have tested here are suddenly finding out the way they tested is not the way they're going to run today. And the crews are finding, well, that the transporter isn't going to be exactly where I wanted it. The media is finding out where they can go, where they can't, the photographers. It's a pretty complex thing for a stay at a new circuit.
And very challenging. It's a 13-turn course, and, as flat as it is and as wide open as it is, folks might think that, all they got to do is mash it to the gas and go. But there are some technical portions of this course, and Paul, 2.74 miles, just a tick under 2 3/4 of a mile. 75 laps, 200 miles in the heat and humidity. I think you heard Graham Rahal say it earlier to Jay Query. It's going to be quite a physical and mental test of man and machine come Sunday.
Well, if the current weather conditions are any indicator at all, it is hot and very humid it's kind of welcome to New Orleans, or Narlands as they call it.
It could get very humid. In fact, we're hoping to do the rain dance throughout the most of the course of the weekend. We think we're going to be okay today. We think we're going to be in pretty good shape tomorrow for most of the day. The timing of it makes Sunday a bit iffy at best. We won't worry about it until it gets here, though, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, that's right, and it is warm. It's muggy down here on pit lane, but thankfully blue skies and white puffy clouds, so that is a good sign so far. As of right now, that track temperature up at around 107 degrees. The ambient temperature is 82 degrees, and that humidity level that we're all watching this weekend down here in the south is pretty high as well, up around 73%. So far, I think we've been pretty surprised because it looked like a 50% chance of showers for most of today. That went away, and then it looked like for tomorrow that we may see some heavier stuff. But so far, so good down here on pit lane.
Hush your mouth now there, Nick. We don't want to hear that R word.
I do need to make a correction, though. I unfairly pointed the finger at James Jakes for running off.
No,
the
it was
gravel
Stefano.
track. It was Coletti, and we'll be talking. Coletti's got a pretty interesting sponsorship package put together this weekend. The folks at KV Racing, the owner of the company is a local company. He and Kevin Kalkoven and Jimmy Vassar have a bit of a relationship here, and by the end of this practice session, Nick will be talking with Chip and those folks, and Kevin Kalkoven, and we'll get an interesting story that most of you, I think, are going to enjoy here.
The order has changed up a bit now. Tony Kanaan has taken his Chevrolet up to 119.1. That's quickest currently. He's followed by Scott Dixon, has moved up 119.2. Bourdais, who was the leader of the pack for so long, at 119.25, and then Newgarden 119.5. Will Power out there now and is looking pretty good, though he got caught up behind some slower traffic earlier. He's at a 119.54. Kimball, Charlie's up there, 119.6, and then Huertas is also at a 119.6. That takes you through the top 7.
8th, Sage Karam, the rookie, had some struggles throughout the course of the weekend at St. Petersburg. He looks to make a strong rebound. Good to see him back in the car. Munoz and Hunter Ray, your top 10. Other notables, Helio Castro Neves is currently 12th quick. Then Hinch is 14th quick. Montoya is 16th quick. Marco is 19th quick. Simone Di Silvestro back in the 25 machine this weekend. That's great news. And Takuma Sato, 22nd quick, and then Draconi. And then, of course, issues brought the first red flag of the session. Jack Hawksworth has only turned 5 laps in this session.
Much of the field have been able to turn 10 laps plus, the highest number being 13 by Marco Andretti. But Montoya, you mentioned, our winner at St. Pete, the very first race of the year, has only turned 7 laps and has been in and out of the pits quite a bit. And as a result of that, he's down substantially off the pace with a 1:31.45.
Paul, Montoya actually just came in back to the pits. You had mentioned the extensive time he has spent here. It looks like they are making a spring adjustment on the front of that machine, that number 2 machine. Now, Montoya, of course, has the 3rd pit stall here. They go in order. For those of you in the stands that are curious how it is determined who goes where on pit road, that is determined based upon the qualifying results of the previous race of the same discipline. Now, obviously, being in St. Petersburg a week ago, road and street courses, St. Petersburg a street course, the pole sitter was Will Power. He now has the first selection of a pit stall. He chooses the last pit stall. That's because once you make adjustments to that car and you pull out, you basically have smooth sailing. No chance of anybody pulling out in front of you, causing any problems to your car that you have just set up and made adjustments. Behind him, his teammate, who also now is on pit road, the 3 car of Helio Castro Neves. Then Castro Neves is followed on pit road by Juan Montoya. It's a fairly narrow pit road behind the pit wall. Now, that necessarily is not of tremendous relevance over the course of the race, except for that when you think about the fact that should anybody need to bring out any sort of equipment or be given clearance to bring out, let's say, for example, another nose, perhaps a rear wing, and with these aero kits, that certainly is something that can come into play. If you've got to make a hike down pit road, it can get very congested here very, very quickly. It is only really about 2 or 3 people wide during the actual walking areas behind where the equipment would have to go. In terms of the tires, you heard Graham Rahal mention it, each team with 11 sets of tires here. 8 primary tires and 3 alternate, softer compound red ring tires. Well, that's great, Jake. That sounds perfect. What does it mean? Well, what it means is this. Those softer compound red ring tires are tires that actually essentially are pre-broken in. They have already a pre-established grip to the track that allows for quickness and speed very early in their use. However, they go away and become a little bit slicker, a little bit faster to the driver. So a little bit of strategy in play there. They do have to use at least one circuit of 2 laps on a set of red tires during the course of the race. So figuring out when to use those black tires, the regular tires, or their softer compound tires come into play for the total of 11 sets of tires they will have this weekend here in Louisiana.
Well, I like the way he read off the rules and he sounded a little lawyerish there, didn't you think?
Jake
Query.
lawyerish?
Yeah, I
would say
know.
Jake sounds a lot of things. Lawyerish, perhaps not one of them. And then, of course, let's face it, Paul, before we get through the course of this weekend, rain tires could figure in.
Oh, absolutely.
No
Absolutely.
question.
Jake will be down kind of getting a great view of the very first turn, and we've been watching some of the cars go through that right-hander, and they come in very tight on the approach, but then on the exit, everybody's been running wide. Of course, the outside of the course on that exit of that turn has, the big... the red and white and the rippling and all that, but almost everybody has chosen to run fairly wide and go over that area. It seems to me like that may be something the officials might want to see changed before tomorrow.
Yeah, they might make some adjustments to that. We've seen that before at venues in which, for whatever the reason, drivers change the line. They may put cones or tires or whatever they might need in order to make adjustments to keep drivers from going into areas that they don't deem to be safe, or one that gives some a competitive advantage. I mean, we had the numbers handed to us earlier. They're keeping a watchful eye already on the places that are a no-no, because we've had fast laps in this session taken away from several drivers over a 2-minute time frame. In fact, let's go back to pit road and Jake Query.
You won't find many people in this area or in this state that have gone faster, in particular on 2 wheels, than Angel Sampé, of course, who is a long-time competitor and winner in NHRA and the Pro Stock Motorcycles, and now you are here to watch the Verizon IndyCar Series in your home area. Good to see you as always, but take me through coming out here and deciding to see these cars.
Actually, this is my first IndyCar race ever, and it was a perk from getting injured on the drag racing track in Las Vegas last year. I lacerated my Achilles tendon in the pit area helping the guys unload the trailer, and through that injury I met Dr. Trammell, who works with IndyCar, and they invited me out to watch the race today, so I'm so excited to be here. I'm a little bit nervous because I've never been at a race like this before, and I'm down in the pit, and I'm trying not to be in the way, but I'm really enjoying myself, and I actually found a friend, a guy that used to work with us on Don Schumacher Racing is now on the team out here, so hanging out with the teams, watching the cars, I'm having a blast, and of course, like you said, this is my home track, so I'm really fortunate to be here today.
Now, here's what's crazy. I've been to the U.S. Nationals. I've seen you compete in the Pro Stock Motorcycles, and I've thought to myself, now that is nuts. These people, the bravery, but yet you come to a different racing discipline and think the same of them. I'm sure you can understand that irony, correct?
Yeah, I think we all have to be a little bit crazy to be a racer. What I do is perfectly fine to me, but I do understand that people think it's crazy. The Pro Stock Motorcycles do 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 2 seconds. We reach 195 miles an hour in only 6 seconds. So, yeah, we're a little crazy, but it's fun. But you're right. This is absolutely insane to me. I think I would be scared to death to be in one of these cars.
Were people in this area excited about this? I know, obviously, you have a huge fan following nationally, not just in this area, but, you are obviously one that people think of in Louisiana and think of in racing. What does this series coming here mean to the folks of New Orleans and Louisiana?
This is huge for us. Ever since Hurricane Katrina, we've been trying to do anything and everything we can to raise our city back up to the way it used to be. And to have this beautiful racetrack here, and now to have the IndyCar Racing League come out here, it's just awesome. We're very appreciative of it. I hope the fans come out in the droves and really support the whole thing because, like I said, this is my first time, but if my racing schedule permits, I will definitely be here the next time.
Now, taking the year off from racing, I've got to ask, which do you miss more, the adrenaline of that speed you're talking about or the conversations with Paul Page?
I definitely miss Paul when I heard you say his name, and I recognized his voice over the loudspeaker. I wanted to say hi, but I actually took 6 years off of racing, so to get back into it after 6 years was quite difficult for me. I'm still struggling to catch up with the speed of the motorcycle, but it's a good time. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I'm back at the NHRA. I'm glad I'm here today. I'm feeling very blessed for all these things I'm getting to do.
Feels like just a week ago I was watching you out at the then Indianapolis Raceway Park. We'll let you get out and enjoy it and watch. Now, which team is it? Is there anybody in particular? You said you had a friend from Don Schumacher Racing working. Anybody in particular you're following this weekend?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep my eye on this Verizon team, Team Penske, the number 2 car. My friend Adam's working on the team. He used to work with us on the Don Schumacher Racing team. So once I saw Adam there, I was like, okay, well, this is going to be my team. I'm going to root for them for the day.
That would be the car of Juan Montoya. Enjoy. It was good talking to you.
Thank you very much.
And Jel Sempei, guys, of course, legendary pro stock motorcycle racer in the NHRA, and now just sitting and watching and cheering for Juan Montoya.
Angel, boy, that, I'll tell you what, she says she might be a little afraid of these cars. Let me assure you, that woman is not afraid of anything. She's absolutely awesome. It's great to hear her.
Not covering, not getting to 100 miles an hour in 2 seconds on 2 wheels. I wouldn't want to do that on 4.
The NHRA, by the way, this weekend is at Las Vegas as their series is underway for the year, and it's turned out, as always, to be pretty exciting to watch as well. Well, let's go to the IndyCars, which we think are the most of the exciting. Tony Kanaan is still quick, followed by Dixon, Bourdais, Pagenaud, Newgarden. That's the top 5. Will Power is 6th, Kimball 7th, Huertas is 8th, Sage Karam, the rookie, is 9th, and Carlos Munoz is 10th. The time range is running everything from 1:19.1, that's Kanaan, down to 1:19.8, and that gets you down through Munoz, the 10th position. But the 1:19s now, they slowly are working their way into them, and they extend all the way down to 14th place.
You know, stealth-like is not a phrase that I think has ever been used. As Charlie Kimball gets into one of the runoff areas in that number 83 machine. Stealth has never been used to describe the personality of Tony Kanaan. But to be honest with you, Paul, he may fly under the radar a bit with all of the attention focused on Penske's team, with the 4 drivers that they have assembled, with Montoya and Castro Neves and Power and Pagenaud, and then, of course, his teammate Scott Dixon. But I really think that with a year under his belt at Ganassi Racing, I think Tony Kanaan, at least in St. Petersburg, I think he hit a bit of a comfort zone. He was right there in the thick of it. And, you know, I think this could be a very, very good year for one Tony Kanaan. And it would be interesting if that were the case, Paul, because that would mean for the second year in a row, a guy is in contention for the championship that started his momentum by winning the season finale at Fontana, which is what Tony Kanaan did, just like Will Power did the year before that.
Well, we've got another car that's sliding off. They're all finding where the edges are now. That's Carlos Huertas, and they're going to go red flag on that. They also have, and that corner must have gotten pretty slick, because another car coming right by there pulled off and ran through the gravel, but then continued on. I was going to say Montoya. You know, I've known him a long time. I call him Juan. I know a lot of people make it Juan Pablo. He prefers, he's told me, to be called Juan, so that's what I do.
I think the Pablo went away when he came back here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said, too. And but what is interesting is once he got that win at Pocono last year, I mean, he has been such a happy guy. He really enjoys being here. You can see his spirits lifted. And, of course, when he got his win 2 weeks ago at St. Pete, that only added to that.
Well, and to be honest with you, this foursome that they have assembled, talking about Penske, I don't think that we have seen 4 drivers on a race team come anywhere close to this since the year that Andretti Green Racing had the late Dan Weldon, Dario Franchitti, Brian Herta, and Tony Kanaan. This is a foursome that is as close to that foursome as anything that we have ever seen since.
And they certainly put the challenge out at St. Pete. There's no question they're the team to beat.
In qualifying and in the race, no question.
And who was that? We're going to look. That looks to be that actually
that
got
Felipe,
past him.
Is
that Felipe is what it looked like.
I believe it was Luca that just missed him in the number 20 machine.
And that forced him to also come off and into the gravel as well, and hence we have another red flag.
Good news received this week out of the Carpenter Fisher-Harbin Racing Stable that J.R. Hildebrand will return to that team in the month of May. That's great news for a young man that I think a lot of people are a fan of, and they look forward to him being back in a race car in May. And it would be nice that the planets would align and things would fall in place for JR to return to the series someday full time.
Let's go down to the pits once again, and Nick.
Yeah, it was also announced after the St. Petersburg race that Simona Di Silvestro has a deal with Andretti Autosport to run in the Indianapolis 500. She's back here again this weekend. First chance to catch up with Rob Edwards, who moved over from Schmidt-Peterson to this Andretti Autosport group. You and Simona, I mean, I know it takes a little time, but how are you guys getting up to speed here, this new combination?
I think just that. It takes a little bit of time. Pretty much everyone else tested here at least once, if not a couple of times, and first time Simona has seen the track was first thing this morning. So, as you say, it takes some time working through it, but, so far we're making good progress.
You're a guy that's been around racing a long time. What does this NOLA Motorsports Park remind you of the most? Maybe IndyCar or anything else?
I don't know. It's very flowing. You have to think Cleveland, don't you? When you look at it, as flat as it is and as flowing as it is. I think it's a challenging racetrack to get the best out of. Certainly an exciting racetrack for the drivers. I think Turn 1 will be pretty exciting all day on Sunday.
Final thing, let me ask you, what's the transition been like, moving over from Schmidt-Peterson to such a juggernaut in Andretti Autosport?
I'm still learning every day. That's part of the fun. It's hard to leave Sam's team, but it was a great opportunity here, and I'm enjoying the learning process.
Do you know everybody's name yet?
Just about got there by now, yeah.
That's the first step. Appreciate it. Rob Edwards on the pit box for Simona Di Silvestro. He will be the strategist for that 25 car when we drop the green flag on Sunday.
Well, the red flag is out once again, this time to get a couple of different situations cleared up. One is Carlos Huertas, who he really dug himself in. We're not seeing contact and parts here, but we are seeing an awful lot of runoff into the gravel. And part of that problem is, as we take a look, in fact, at Huertas, as the safety team tries to get him back up onto the hard stand of the track and towed away. Anytime one of these cars runs off, Mark, we're talking spraying that gravel up on the track, and during practice and qualifying, that's a big deal. During the race, I'm not sure how they're going to handle that, because I think it's going to occur a lot.
Two things the Homatro safety crew will probably need to make sure that they have, and I'm sure they will, the onboard starter and a shovel.
Well, both will work, and they have both. They just used, in fact, that onboard starter that the team carries, as well as what the cars have in the pits. They're all standardized, so they used it for Carlos. They got him started, and he's on the way back into the pits. So I think with a little bit of sweep up of that section, we'll probably see back to green flag very shortly.
That's another group that you talk about whenever you go to a new venue, all of the nuances and things that you have to learn. I mean, you can bet the Homatro safety crew is looking at their response time and the positioning of their trucks and where the trouble spots are on the racetrack. I'm sure that plenty of planning went into this process by Mike Yates and the entire crew. But it's going to be a work in progress throughout the course of this weekend for everyone, in fact.
And, kudos to those guys for St. Pete, because there was a lot of debris, and they did an incredible job getting it picked up quickly.
No question.
They do great work. So we are waiting for the green flag to come out once again, and it's still Tony Kanaan, followed by Dixon, and then Bourdais. Pagano is fourth, and Newgarden is fifth.
We'll be back, Paul, at 5:15 Eastern time. That's 4:15 local time for the next practice session. That'll be from 4:15 to 5:35. And then the schedule for tomorrow, one 45-minute practice session at 12:30 Central. That's 1:30 Eastern. And then, of course, we'll go IndyCar qualifying with the Firestone Fast 6 and that incredible knockout qualifying format. That gets underway at 4:10 Central, 5:10 Eastern. Then the final warm-up before we go racing will be Sunday morning at 11 a.m. Central. And then we'll get ready to go racing and set the stage with our pre-race show at 2 o'clock on Sunday. That's the schedule this weekend. No Indy Lights here, but Pro Mazda, USF 2000 are here this weekend, but Indy Lights have the weekend off. They will rejoin us in Long Beach.
Well, they have the blowers out now because they want to get some of those pebbles off of the race course before they go back to the green flag. So we're going to take a quick moment away, and when we come back, maybe you can tell us about the Indy Lights and their sojourn at St. Pete. We'll be right back.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
And we're back at NOLA. We are talking the IndyCars. We're talking the very first race at New Orleans. And it's a much anticipated moment for everybody. It, of course, like all new circuits, has its growing pains as everybody figures out exactly where they fit in. But so far, this is looking pretty good. And we have had bright blue skies. We've got some clouds, but they're nice, white and fluffy over the track now. Temperature and humidity are climbing, and we are hoping that some of the forecast weather, which might be heavy thunderstorms later today and possibly tomorrow as well, don't come to fruition. Let's go back to where it was totally blue skies, a beautiful day at St. Petersburg, Florida. And, Mark, let's review the Indy Lights.
Not much to talk about outside of Ed Jones, the outstanding rookie for Carlin Racing. I mean, he was dominant, pole sitter, and he was just absolutely unbelievable in both halves of the doubleheader. He's currently your points leader by 64. A good weekend for Jack Harvey. He hung around the podium as well. Jack was able to tally 50 points of the weekend, and then it was rookie Spencer Pigot also making a showing on the podium. Max Chilton had an issue in the first race on the second lap, but rebounded to have a very, very strong run in race number 2. And again, 13 cars took the green flag. I think Dan Anderson and company hope to see that number grow as the season progresses. We have every reason to believe it will. But for a new engine, new chassis combination, I thought it was a phenomenal weekend, and we have probably as impressive of a crop of rookies as we have ever had. And we are now seeing in earnest, Paul, the Mazda Road to Indy paying huge dividends in terms of talent development.
And I've got to say, the new cars looked incredible.
Beautiful.
They really were pretty. A little more on that. Let's go down to Nick.
Yeah, we'll get a word here with Sam Schmidt, who is he's on the pit box for the number 7 of James Jakes. We're just talking about Indy Lights, the debut with the brand new car 2 weeks ago at St. Petersburg. You had 4 cars. What was your initial outtake of what we saw there in the Indy Lights series?
Car's really good. Great package, real race car. Great engine, whole 9 yards. Just not enough cars. I mean, that's probably the biggest disappointing factor. And we did everything we could. We're told they were going to get to 15 or 16, and they didn't. So that's a little disappointing. So hopefully they can, raise that up here in the not-too-distant future. But we're happy with everything. I think it's going to be exciting racing going forward. We just need 20 of them out there.
Let's shift gears, talk about the IndyCar side. James Jakes, James Hinchcliffe, your team. The outtake, I mean, what did you take from the first race of this season? I know Hinch showed some speed, and obviously James had that unfortunate situation in the final corner.
Yeah, I mean, we showed speed in practice. We didn't get it done in qualifying, but our strategy was perfect, and I think James was third quickest in the race lap, and probably was headed for a 5th or 6th until he got punted by Javi Chavez and cut a tire. So that was rather disappointing, again, because I think we definitely had the speed for a better outcome than that. So, can't go backwards. We're here today, and hopefully both cars can, qualify better than they did down there.
It's a 2-car team for Schmidt Peterson Motorsports, James Jakes, and James Hinchcliffe for owner Sam Schmidt.
Well, I'm back talking IndyCars then. They have just taken the green flag, and everybody's rolling back out to the race course. Well, a few are remaining in the pits, Bajno and Montoya among them. But they will have a very, very short time here. They got started just a little bit late, and so the officials are trying to add that onto the end of it. Remember, though, we also had, almost 23 and a half minutes of red flag as well.
Yep.
As they spraying the big thing seemed to be getting off into the gravel pit, spraying the gravel back on the track, cars getting dug in when they get off. All those things will now come under everybody's consideration.
Kanaan continues to set the pace. Good weekend so far for Chip Ganassi's operation as both TK and Scott Dixon are at the top of the time scoring pylon. Bourdais is third quick. Pagano and Newgarden your top 5. Then Will Power, Charlie Kimball, Carlos Huertas is 8th quick. Sage Caron 9th quick. And Juan Montoya is 10th quick.
So this will give them a chance maybe to get up to speed, maybe get another lap, perhaps even 2 before they actually drop the checkered flag ending this very first session. And I have to say, a very successful session, all things considered. Normally, coming to a new circuit is a very complex thing. We've said that before. And in some cases, when they're actually coming to, this is a permanent road course, but when they're actually coming to a street course for the first time, it becomes that much more complicated. So they're going to continue on with yet another lap as most of the cars that rolled out of the pits cross the start-finish line for the very first time. We'll see what they come up with. Again, Tony Kanaan is the mark they're looking for, a 1:19.1. And we'll see then later today, once they go back and talk this thing over and decide what changes they can make. It's pretty difficult to make a lot of the changes while you're in a practice session in the pits, but you get now to pull all the data off the cars, look at the computers, look at the different traces, and decide what it is that you may try next to make the car faster.
And got a lot of time to mull that over, Paul, between now and that next session. As we said, this one getting ready to wrap up, and they won't take the green again until 4:15 Central this afternoon. So that's a lot of time to debrief and maybe take a look at some changes you might make and throw a couple of things at the car to see if you can't pick up some of that precious time that you value. We saw it last 2 weeks ago in the opener at St. Pete as we see the number 5 machine having some issues on the course, local in turn number 6. That's James Hinchcliffe. That is a red flag situation. We'll see if that checkers the session as a whole. It may very well. But, Paul, the margin of error is going to grow slimmer and slimmer and slimmer, I think, as the season progresses when it comes to qualifying.
Well, right now they're only showing the red flag at the start-finish line, not the checker yet. So we're now looking at a 1:45 for the end of the session.
Okay.
So that's a little different than the information we had up on the board earlier. So that's good. That gives them a lot more time.
One of the things, guys, that fans here in the stands listening to us might notice, this is an extremely accessible paddock of drivers as they get out of their cars at the end of the practice session, but don't necessarily be the judge of that after this first session. You may think to yourself, wait a minute, I wanted to go down and get an autograph, get a picture, maybe get a chance to see your favorite driver. They're going to be in a bit of a hurry after this first session, because here's what happens each and every weekend in the Verizon IndyCar Series after that first practice session. The drivers actually go to a weigh-in where their weight is recorded for the course of the weekend. Then you take the heaviest weight of the driver. That becomes the barometer in which every car must weigh the same amount with the driver factored in for the actual race. So if you are, of course, underweight, less than the driver who weighs the heaviest, you have weight jackers that go throughout the course of the weekend on race day itself that you can distribute in different places in your car. This is for the fair and equal balance of everybody having the exact same weight. But that weigh-in takes place immediately following this session. Of course, a lot of the drivers will want to get there, get done, then get a chance to debrief. So it's one of the second races, if you will, that happens. The first one trying to get the best practice time, and the second one trying to get there to weigh in quickly.
To further your point, Jake, if you don't have an in-car camera in your car on the top of it where that puck is that you see above the air intake, above the driver's head, you have to put a weight inside there that's equal to the weight of that in-car camera. If not, it's a penalty.
Yeah, that was a rule a long time coming. In the day when they were not mandated to onboard cameras, it was considered a liability to carry one because it did carry small, though. It's only about 4 pounds additional weight, but it's also very, very high being up there on the top, and that affects the roll center of the car. And then the solution was, well, let's just put a camera mount on every car, and if it doesn't have a camera, we'll put a weight in it. And that became the rule, and I think it's helped immensely because now the TV people can make pretty quick changes on putting cameras on different cars as the story changes throughout the weekend. By the way, we owe an apology if we got anybody's heart rate up. We were looking, both Mark and I, at Saturday's schedule rather than today's. They're actually going to go to 1:45 our time here. And so they got plenty of time yet to figure this whole thing out, though right now we are under the red flag, and it's because of Hinchcliffe. Hinchcliffe's on his way back into the pits now. So once again, we hope to go green fairly quickly here.
You see the crew continuing to work on the 41 of Jack Hawksworth on pit road. He's turned only 9 laps in this session, and I think you got to give a tip of the hat to the driver of that 41 machine, Paul. He had some issues early on in the race. He got out of pit sequence, and he led a handful of laps, and late in the race it was obvious that he was going to have to make another stop, but the crew performed beautifully on his last stop, and he was able to get himself back inside the top 10. I think it was a very good day for the driver of the 41 machine, Jack Hawksworth.
You know, I just noticed a Ferris wheel. Now, the Ferris wheel wasn't at St. Pete this year.
Right.
So they brought it here? Is that what we're saying?
Andretti Sports Marketing.
And there are people enjoying it. You heard earlier that it's not just a race site, it's an event site. Green flag comes out, and again the cars head back to the track. That's the way they make this whole thing actually to be viable to work a circuit like this, not only as a race course, but everything else, Nick.
That is right. That Ferris wheel, got to be honest with you, it's clipping along quite a bit. I think I might be a little too scared to jump on that thing, but it is pretty cool. That would be one heck of a view if you get to the top of that thing, because you'd have a great view of the front straightaway and all the cars here on pit lane. Made my way down to the Schmidt-Peterson pit of James Hinchcliffe for that most recent red flag. He was the cause of it. What I've noticed, anytime these cars are brought back down to pit lane, Paul, immediately people go to the crew members go to that front wing, and they start trying to bounce that thing around and check the stability. Of course, as you guys talked about earlier in the session, these teams, Chevrolet and Honda, has mandated some structural changes to strengthen those front wings. But boy, all the attention for these teams, anytime we see a local spin, just a brief spin like Hinchcliffe had, is to look at that front wing. And the good news for that number 5 car is that everything looks okay. Both the rear and front wing, everything's stable. They'll put on a new set of tires and hopefully get Hinch back out on the racetrack here as we continue on with practice.
You know, that seems like a pretty good idea, especially considering that IndyCar did mandate some changes, some ways to stiffen those different elements for this weekend so they weren't as prone to breaking off the car. So if you see your car come in, you have a chance to touch it and wiggle some of those things around, make sure they're still intact. Probably a pretty good idea, especially since all the teams are doing that.
Kanaan, Dixon, Bourdais, Pagenaud, and Newgarden, your top 5. Fast time so far, a 1:19.1 for Tony Kanaan. That's held up for quite a while now. As we mentioned, his teammate Scott Dixon right there with him. Then Bourdais, Pagenaud, and Newgarden, your top 5. Will Power's up to 6th now. Charlie Kimball went off course a few moments ago, and that number 83 machine has put his car through some pretty good paces so far to 1:19.6. Carlos Huertas, 8th quick for Dale Coyne, and the rookie Sage Karam is 9th quick. Montoya completes the top 10. Then Munoz, Castro Neves, Hunter Ray Hall, Coletti, Hinchcliffe, Chavez, Filippi. Then James Jakes and Marco Andretti, your top 20, rounding them out. Takuma Sato at a 1:21.41, we should say. Francisco Draconi in the number 19 car is 22nd quick. Then Simona is 23rd quick, and Jack Hawksworth 24th quick. The driver that's turned the lion's share of the laps, 20 for Newgarden, 19 for Karam. Everyone else in the mid-teens, and as we mentioned with the issues of the 41 machine of Jack Hawksworth Jack has had an opportunity to turn only 9 circuits here at NOLA.
That 1 minute 19-second bracket extends all the way down to the 15th place as everybody figures it out more and more. They get faster and faster. Mark, I'm enjoying watching turn 1 here. It's a long run past the pits, considerably long run after the pits, and then it moves into a right-hander. It's fairly open, fairly sweeping, but it is paved well off of the outside of the corner, the left-hand side of the course. And everybody seems to decide that's a really good place to run, to the point that they're taking almost all 4 wheels over the red and white marked section and then making what is actually a fairly abrupt little maneuver to get them back and set for the next corner.
You're going to have to be patient if when we get under race conditions. If you're in a drag race, the guy to the bottom side is going to have to be awfully careful, Paul, because the way that turn is constructed, that momentum, if they're not careful, is going to carry them out to the car that's running through there on the high side. I would think in preparation for that turn, certainly the high side is where you're going to want to be. And I know it's a competitive situation, but my thought process is unless you have all the trust in the world of the driver that you're running side by side with, your head's going to be on a swivel going into that turn.
And what they have done, the organizers and race officials, the inside of that corner, normally a fairly open sweeper, but they have moved the apex out and marked it with another pour of concrete and red and white stripes to force the cars to come a little more left, narrow the approach into that corner. If you are aware of the layout of this circuit as well, they made a change on the backstretch. There used to be a little bit of a chicane there. They decided the Indy cars can handle that just fine, and so they've got a pretty straight run. And, yep, we have one more car off, and this time it is Scott Dixon.
the number 9 machine. That is, when is the last time? And I saw this on Indy.
That's why I hesitated.
I've seen it posted on Twitter in preparation once the liveries were revealed. I don't know. I wonder when the last time was that Chip Ganassi came to an IndyCar race without a car carrying that red and white Target sponsorship.
Well, actually, there's two things at play there. One, he's not in the red and white Target car. And two, the fact that it's blue and white.
Right.
And three, that it's Scott off course at all. I mean, those combine to make you look and say, I wonder who that really is.
His number of DNFs to starts is unlike anything that you will see throughout most of open wheel racing history.
And what happened to him in that very area that we were talking about, he was coming on the exit of that first turn, went wide, but then the back end got away from him, and that brought him back over to the right and actually off course onto the grass on the right-hand side of the course as they approached down toward the second corner. So that got Scott Dixon. A lot of people are working pretty hard trying that area, and for some of them it's not working as expected, but at least they know where the edge is now.
Maybe Dixon will take over the role that his former teammate Dario Franchitti once had, and I think TK did a bit last year. We believed that for a 2-year, maybe a 3-year period with the rotating associate sponsorships that Chip had in place, Dario amassed somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 different driver suits in 3 years. I'm sure Dario needed help finding his race car on a race weekend the first time he went to it, because it seemed like the livery was changing each and every week on Dario's car. So maybe Dixon will live that life a little bit this year with the folks at Ganassi Racing.
Speaking of changing liveries, Mark, that's the case for Marco Andretti. For folks that are looking out or will be watching the race come Sunday, and of course in doing so would encourage them to listen to the audio, of course, from the IndyCar radio, from the IMS radio network. But Marco Andretti's car now blue with white trim. It is a Mutual of Omaha and Merchant First paint scheme on it. Of course, we are familiar with his Snapple yellow and blue paint scheme, and that's the one that's officially listed on the actual guide here for the course of the weekend. But they went with Merchant First and Mutual of Omaha. Snapple still involved, of course. It's still the primary for Marco Andretti, but this is not a weekend where we will see the familiar blue and yellow, predominantly yellow car for Marco Andretti. So as you're looking for that car number 27 of the third generation driver, the grandson of the 1969 Indianapolis 500 winner Mario Andretti, you will be looking for a predominantly blue and white car with that Snapple logo on top, Merchant First on the side.
And speaking to Mario, still one of the great champions, is still out there as great champions do. He comes to every race. He is in with the fans. He has plenty of opportunity to talk about IndyCar and tout how well it is working right now, and it's great to see Mario when he does that, in fact. One of the other things, there's a little technological aspect to what allows them now to do things like change the sponsors so quickly. Used to be these cars, you had to paint them.
Yeah.
And then they went to the wraps, the vinyl wraps, and now because of those, you can change things pretty quickly. So
Indeed.
I can sell you a sponsor in the morning, and you can have that car pretty well set by the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, that's changed a lot about the face of sponsorship and sponsorship activation in all forms of motorsports.
We just got a pretty good look at Montoya as he came onto the pit straight, and that was a pretty rough going for him. I mean, he was bouncing way off the line and then kind of gathered it up and is now working on over to the backside of the course. And Mark, you and I have both seen a number of cars kind of undulating, if that's the word, going into that first turn, like there's a little ripple or something there.
I'm from Monrovia, Paul. We call that bouncing up and down.
Bouncing.
We're just bouncing. But, yeah, we saw Ryan Hunter-Reay. We saw his car, the DHL machine, under slow motion, a replay. And I'm not sure that in one of those series that all four of his wheels were on the ground at the same time. I mean, that's how pronounced it was at speed, and that does have a bit of an impact, Paul. When tires leave the ground, that affects the downforce of the grip just a little bit.
Also, it's very difficult to steer when you're in the air.
Well, but it's funny though. You know, we had the issue at Baltimore a couple of years ago. You know, where guys were getting over the switchbacks, and you could actually see them with the tires off the ground, the overhead shots of the in-car camera, they're still driving the car even though the wheels are off the ground. So, instincts take over there.
And they're really good when they anticipate that bump and change the steering direction while they're in the air.
That's right.
Then you're dealing with a top-flight driver, and, of course, all these guys know how to do that. Guys and gals, since this weekend, of course, we've got Di Silvestro back in the ranks, which is a good thing as well. Nothing changes. Tony Kanaan is still quick, followed by Dixon, Bourdais, Pagenaud, and Power. Top 5, then Newgarden, Kimball, Huertas, Sage Karam, and Montoya rounds out the top 10. Munoz is now down 11th, followed by Castro Neves, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Graham Rahal, and the rookie Coletti. So that's where they are at the moment, and boy, I just saw a couple of cars once again. This turn one's getting kind of interesting for me because we've seen a couple of them. Well, I saw just a moment ago two of them running together, and they both took a very high line, though slightly different as they were coming off the corner. It made for an exciting view. I'm sure the fans enjoy it. So we're running down to what should be the last few minutes of this session, last 9 or so. IndyCar officials wanting to give all the time they can. The schedule of the session was to go to 45 after, despite what we alluded to earlier. But they've also indicated that they are going to try and match up on the end of the session what they lost going into the session because they were a few minutes late on the start. Another big off on the race course, so much so that the 26 car, and of course that's Munoz, actually crossed over a grassed area to an entirely different road to bring him down onto the pit road. But no harm, no foul. He's on the way to the pits, probably pull a little grass out from the underside, and he'll be right back at it.
And again, the next session is scheduled for 4:10 this afternoon. That's Central Time, 5:10 Eastern. And or 4:15, we should say. 4:15, it'll run till 5:35. So again, IndyCar practice at 4:15 Central, 5:15 Eastern. So quite a layoff, if you will. As we mentioned earlier, Paul, that's a lot of time to debrief before they have to be back out there.
Kind of looks like Felipe had one of those situations as well. A runoff, gets on the road and goes right back onto the course. And now once again the 19 car, that's Dracone, is sitting stopped out on the race course. Whenever you look at that car or any of the rookies this year, you look at them from behind and you will see 2 yellow horizontal stripes. Dracone, by the way, is under power and just mashed the throttle, spun it a little bit, and has gotten right back in line. You'll see these horizontal bright yellow stripes, and that tells everybody else that you are behind a rookie, so you make whatever adjustment you think is necessary, depending on who it is, if it's necessary.
Early on, Paul, it appears as though the Chevys have unloaded quick. We go through the top 7 before we find a Honda. Huertas, the quickest Honda right now. He's running in the 8th position. Honda in the 11th position, then the 13th and the 14th. So it looks like Chevy, their dominance was pretty evident early on at St. Petersburg, and it looks like the bow ties unloaded in a good way here with Kanaan, Dixon, Bourdais, Pagenaud, Power, Newgarden, and Kimball right now atop. Huertas, the fastest Honda, at 1:19.67.
Extending it out, Mike, to 4 decimal points. The quick time held by Tony Kanaan is a 1:19.1797. The scoring allows us to take a look at it in that way, and then second quick Dixon is at 1:19.2200. So those are the top numbers that you're looking at, and of course we've seen them come down throughout this practice session. Once they get everything dialed in and they go out for the second session, assuming the weather conditions don't change drastically, and we're hoping they're not. We don't have a strong indication that they will. They will no doubt lower that time a little bit further.
We talked about Kanaan and the momentum that he carries into this event and into this season from a year ago. With that third at St. Pete, he's been on the podium in 6 of his last 8 races. 6 of his last 8, he's been on the podium. And by the way, his crew had a pretty good day as well, Paul. The crew of the NTT Data entry won the Firestone Pit Stop Performance Award during the Grand Prix at St. Petersburg. Their total pit lane time was just a little over 99 seconds, and so they'll get a check for $10,000 in pre-race ceremony.
That's not bad.
That's a just reward, and I think, again, that's indicative of the fact that motorsports is a team sport, and you will always hear a driver thank his crew for all of their efforts. So a good weekend for Tony Kanaan to St. Petersburg, and it appears as though he is carrying that momentum into NOLA this weekend.
And a good point made there, by the way, with under 5 minutes now left to go in this session. That comes from the officials. We talk so much about the driver, and of course, he's the focus. He's the one in the car. He's the one that's taking risks. But without question, this is such a team sport. Sometimes we forget that. We try not to, because the people that work on these cars, you might call them mechanics. They're far more than anything like that. And the engineering people and the tacticians that figure this whole thing out. I mean, that's a coordinated effort. That's why it is a team, and it takes all of those different elements to actually create success out of this thing.
We've always tried to, here at IndyCar Radio, point out those drivers. We do and those team members, try to identify them by name whenever possible. And folks, I tell you, if you want to know what it's like to be in those shoes, the next time you pull over on a major interstate during rush hour with car trouble, if it's a flat tire, jump out there and get that thing changed and get back in the car in about 7 seconds with that traffic flying by you. No problem. Give you a little taste about what it is that they go through. But again, let's face it. In many instances, Paul, those pit stop responsibilities are just a small part of the responsibilities that they carry with this race team.
And there's something that we don't see, and television never sees to pick it up. The fans in the stands can see it, and that is as they get ready for their pit stops. You can see the tension. Everybody is up on the wall. They have their assignment. They know that 7 seconds is it. You don't want to go any longer than that, or you're really putting your driver in jeopardy, because he's earned all that time on the track. And then the car arrives. They pounce on it. So many things happen simultaneously. 7 seconds or less later, and they're gone. And then after the car is well down the pits, the team, they pat each other on the back. Everybody around them gives them a nice round of applause because they've just done something pretty significant. It's nice to see that reaction.
Well, those of you that have some history with stick and ball sports, if you've been on teams, think about being in a locker room before you take the floor. All the energy associated with that, all the pregame, the speech and the hoopla and whatnot, and then that adrenaline rush that comes. These guys get to do that 5 or 6 times a race.
And just like sports as you're talking, everybody has a move. Right. Everybody has a place they have to be. Your move depends on my move. And everybody has to be one guy pulling away while the other is stepping in. I mean, it's we used to call it a ballet, and I guess it really still is.
Oh, sure it is.
So Kanaan, Dixon, Bourdais, Coletti, Pagenaud, and Power. Those are your top 6 here. We're counting down in the final minutes of this, the very first practice session, at what has turned out to be a wonderful facility. You heard earlier in our interview right off the top the good sense of humor, almost to the point of mirth, and that's what you seem to see about the people in New Orleans. Mm-hmm. They really enjoy themselves. Are they a little bit different in their approach? Yeah, they are. I mean,
they love their city and the region.
Absolutely. They're so proud of this area, and they still talk about some of the troubles that they have had, hurricane, the oil spill, all of those affected the city, but it did not affect the spirit.
Let's give a tip of the cap to Stefano Coletti. For a moment there, that lap must have been taken away because of a violation. Coletti was up to 4th quick, and then all of a sudden he falls back to 16th on the grids.
And as we mentioned, we've been tracking a lot of little violations that are pulling laps away from them. And I think probably a good part of those are, one, the driver's pushing it to find out where the edge is, while at the same time the officials are enforcing it to let you know that's an edge that we're actually going to enforce. It's not a suggestion, it's absolute. So looking for the final minutes, watching for a checkered flag, which should come almost any time now. And Will Power, of course, who made that valiant try to catch his teammate Juan Montoya 2 weeks ago in St. Petersburg.
He's figuring it
out.
Just
moved up to the 2nd place. And
Looking at him on the track, smooth, looks like he has really figured the proper setup out, mechanical, if not both mechanical and aero, because that last lap, he just went out there and just dusted down into the 118s. He is at a 118.9. Kanaan dropped to a 118.8, and Scott Dixon bounced in there as third quick with a 118.96 as well. So right at the last part of the session, the gauntlet goes down.
Checkers is out. We have one timing and scoring monitor, Paul, in our booth that shows that Chevy had for a while, Chevy had the top 9. Now Hinchcliffe spoils that party. Hinchcliffe slots in at 8th. Now we see Chavez in the 9th position.
Another Honda.
Chevy continues to own the top 7 spots now that the Checkers have flown on this session. Kanaan holds on to the top spot. Will Power with the good run late grabs P2. Then Scott Dixon and Sebastian Bourdais, TK, already out of his car and sitting on the pit box. We see Elio out of his car as well, all smiles as he often is. Pagano is in the top 5. Newgarden, Karam, and Hinchcliffe. Gabby Chavez with a nice run late of that 98 machine for Brian Herta. Montoya 10th quick, then Kimball, Munoz, Huertas. Elio is 14th quick. Ryan Hunter-Ray. Then Ray Hall, Coletti, Andretti, Jakes, Filippi, Simona Di Silvestro, Takuma Sato 22nd. Jack Hawksworth 23rd quick. He only got 18 laps in with the issues that they had at the start of the session. And Francisco Draconi turned 26 laps in the session. The rookie is 24th quick after this session.
So both Jake Query and Nick Yeoman are waiting to an opportunity to talk with some of the guys as they climb out of their cars. It's always a quick debrief with your engineer and your car owner, and then they are always kind enough to step over and talk with our guys. So in a few moments we'll have Nick and Jake both and get a little bit more of a wrap-up from the driver's point of view of this circuit. In the meantime, there is a reminder at 4:15 this afternoon, we will be back on the air. That is the Verizon IndyCar Series, and that lasts until 5:35, 1 hour and 20 minutes for the Verizon IndyCars, and then on the air tomorrow, Saturday, 12:30 to 1:15, and then at 4:15 on Saturday, it is time for qualifying. And you know, going down through the Fast Six and that whole shootout format, that has provided some fascinating times, both already once this year and a number of times last season, especially when you find a guy who got eliminated in one of the earlier sessions but did a quick time that ended up being the fastest time and faster in the pole, but since he didn't make it out of his group, sorry.
The late, great Jim McKay's Wide World of Sports intro has an application across so many forms of sports, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, and that is exactly what you see on full display anytime we go Firestone Fast 6 qualifying. That knockout format, it has led to so much aggravation and frustration for these drivers. I mean, remember how animated Graham was, after qualifying at St. Petersburg. So one of the guys, Jake Query, that might be somewhat satisfied is standing on pit road. Scott Dixon came home third quick in the session, Jake. His quick time, 1:18.97.
It is unusual to see a blue and white car piloted by Scott Dixon. The Brita water filtration, which of course makes water cleaner. You made these laps pretty clean, though. You had a couple of clean laps out there. Let's talk about this track, Scott. What are the challenges for it, and which track or circuit that fans might be familiar with does it most remind you of?
No, it's obviously good to be in a new market, and everybody here at NOLA Motorsports Park have done a fantastic job, and the transformation they had to do and add a lot of grandstands and track work, and it's been fantastic, obviously, over the past few months to see that go through the changes, and huge credit to them. And for us, obviously, we want to come here and put on a great show, for all the IndyCar fans and possibly new fans out there. And as you mentioned, this weekend, sporting a blue Target car, obviously, with Brita being the marquee sponsor on the car, and hopefully we won't be dealing with too much water out there over on the weekend.
Let me ask you, I asked Graham Rahal this, when we come to a new track, Scott, how long does it take for you as a driver to familiarize yourself and become instinctive with the pattern necessary to drive?
It doesn't take too long. I think the big stuff, you get straight away. Obviously, you do a track walk and you figure out where everything goes to start with. And then it's just basically, working on the car and trying to get it better. And then you improve on, small sectors or areas that you're losing on. So, the first 10 laps, I think you gather most of the information, and then it's just fine-tuning from there.
It's a little bit warm. We'll let you go get some water out of that Brita water filtration pitcher.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, Scott Dixon, who is off to a good start here this weekend. Let's go down to Nick Yeoman.
All right, after the first practice session, our winner from a week ago, Juan Montoya, out of the car. Juan, your impressions after that first session for that 2-car?
Well, our Verizon Chevy's been pretty good. I mean, we had a really good, first race. Here, I mean, we're trying different things. We're kind of struggling right now with the car. A little bit of balance issues. I think it's everybody just the hotter conditions change and just trying to figure out what's the best condition for qualifying because there's a good chance of rain later, so we'll see.
Final thing, let me ask you about those Firestone tires. Obviously, with these new downforce levels, you got to push them a lot harder. How did they hold up in at St. Petersburg where you were able to capture the win?
Hey, it was okay. I mean, I always struggle with red tires in street course, and I still did, but managed them well, and I think that was one of the key things.
All right, that's Juan Montoya done with this first practice session here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
And the winner of the St. Petersburg race just 2 weeks ago. So we've seen the first session. Mark, your reaction?
Well, Tony Kanaan continues momentum. We talked about the number of podium finishes that TK has had. Will Power is right there. He shows no signs of slowing down off his championship run, and the usual suspects at the top. And I said it at St. Petersburg, and at some point, and maybe I should stop saying it so I don't jinx him, but I think before the season's over, you're going to see that 67 machine of victory lane somewhere. Joseph Newgarden just seems to get better and better and better each and every week.
And what you do see in addition to that, though, is how much each of these drivers tend to improve each year.
Mm-hmm.
The crew supporting them gets better. They make little changes. They move one team to another. But all in all, it points to how, from a racing point of view, this series is so very healthy. So that's the first practice session. It is complete, 1 hour and 30 minutes, taken away about a half an hour for red flag. A lot of the pea gravel being sprayed up onto the race course. And we will be back 4:15 this afternoon as the Verizon IndyCars head back out for their second practice here at NOLA.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Staba and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team, home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr., and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes on. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody single. They come toward the main straightaway. Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. Radio Network.
The lead is down to 2.5 car lengths. Helio Castroneves looking for 2 in a row. Paul Tracy has him in his sights.
Oh, the qualifying struggle for Team Green, but boy, Paul Tracy looking good right now. And Greg's back in 2 as Tracy tries to make the pass into North Denny, heads toward Princeton area. Action is on the speedway.
And Paul Tracy has made the pass. He's gotten around Castroneves. Mikey, heads your way.
Paul Tracy will take the yellow flag. It looks like he will win the Indianapolis 500 as the yellow and white are displayed.
Yes, we can see him now, and he's right down to that white line on this lap, too, as he streaks through here, right up onto the back stretch, and in just a second or so, Bernie Herman should be able to see. Okay, Howard, here comes Parnelli now, the torchman from California. White helmet, blue visor, and I'm sure he's going to be a very, very happy guy. And down to you, Mikey Hurt. Okay, Bernie, we've got it. Here comes Parnelli. Shows he's fast as he gets around me here by Roger McCluskey. McCluskey spins there in the corner. Hold it. We've got one car going around and he's sideways. The same spot that Eddie Sachs was. McCluskey right there. He's okay. He's sitting in his car. The cars are coming around and we'll follow. See if it's all right. They're all going on the inside. McCluskey halfway through the turn, sideways. The exact same spot where Eddie Sachs was just a few minutes ago. Now they're running under the yellow flag. Jones went around us a moment ago. McCluskey passed him on the...
And there's the checkered flag for Parnelli Jones, the winner of the 1963 500-mile race.
As they come onto the main stretch, it's Mario Andretti being chased by Danny Sullivan. Sullivan darts out, pulls alongside Mario Andretti. It's a drag race down the main stretch. Can Sullivan pull Andretti into the first turn? Ron Carroll.
It is Danny Sullivan gets him. Danny Sullivan gets him down. No, he's whirling. No, he's spinning. Danny Sullivan spins, but he goes around twice and gathers it.
Absolutely incredible. Danny Sullivan spun in front of Mario Andretti, gathered the car back up and continues on, and Sullivan only fell back to second place. Larry Henry, they're coming to you.
Well, this is reminiscent of Roberto Guerrero a year ago with Roberto Guerrero spun and kept going. Here comes Mario Andretti now. Here's Danny Sullivan after that spin. He'll have to change tires, but what a job of driving by the man from Louisville, Kentucky, Danny Sullivan.
Absolutely unbelievable. Danny Sullivan got past Andretti in the short chute and then lost control of it. And he spun the car completely, but he caught it, regained control, and continued on.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. Verizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio.
And history is matched as the twin checkered flags come out for our second four-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, Al Unser. Roberto Guerrero comes across the line, finishing 4.4 seconds back. The Penske team scores another victory. Al Unser has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
A.J. Foyt now coming down to the white line. In turn number 2, he looks kind of happy as he goes through 2 onto the backstretch, and in just a second he'll be up to Chuck Marlowe on his final lap.
Rajar Howdy in the end, the backstretch all to himself. Here he comes, A.J. Foyt, number 1, entering up toward that northeast turn, a big wave to all the fans. He's in the northeast, and Mikey Hurt.
We got him here. People waving their hands, waving to him, and he waves back as he takes the turn number 3. One more turn to go to Jim Shelton.
And he's in this turn right now. White car, big gold number 1, a happy A.J. There you have what looks like our winner, and I don't think he can miss now. He has about half a straightaway to go, and here's Sid Collins.
Well, nothing should happen now, and here comes the car, the Sheraton Thompson Special, the checkered flag for A.J. Foyt, with the right hand up in the air, waving to the crowd, the winner of the 1964 500-mile race.
And there the checkered flag waving, and Maury Rose is the winner. Rose is the winner of the 31st running of the Indianapolis 500-mile Motor Speedway Classic.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt, the Gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team, home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr. and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes on. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody's single. They come toward the main straightaway. Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, perfectly aligned, back on the main straightaway to call the start of the greatest spectacle in racing, the voice of the 500, Paul Page.
Oh, they came off of turn 4 beautifully. They look for the green flag. The green flag is out. And from the center of the road, James Hinchcliffe pulls away. Howard tried to duck over behind him, but Hinchcliffe is in front.
They must have found something with that car because he was not happy with the balance, not happy with the amount of horsepower he could have during that first run. Marco slides that bright yellow and blue Snapple car into pit lane. The fueler will engage the hose and the 4 tire changers will go to work. Marco has charged to the front. His grandfather won in 1969. A good pit stop for Andretti as he exits pit lane.
Hunter Ray slung past on the inside of Ed Carpenter. Marco Andretti in third, then Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves. That's the front 5 in the turn number 3, Mark James.
Not sure on restarts that up front is the place to be because of what happens with a slipstream, if you will. Ed Carpenter right there. Marco Andretti, then Scott Dixon, then Elio Castroneves. Front 5 set sail for the north end.
Hunter Ray trying to draft. Carpenter going into 1.
Ed Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter Ray on the inside. Hunter Ray will make the pass again. And Marco Andretti stays in the number 3 spot. He may want number 2.
Guys, Will Power, Ed Carpenter, Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter Ray darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter Ray.
Hunter Ray looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter Ray, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the backstretch for the final time.
And Elio make the move 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all left in the tank? A couple of turns to go. Ryan Hunter Ray leads in Indy.
Turn number 800 is upon us. Less than a car length is the difference. The final turn. Hunter Ray to call the finish. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
And it is Ryan Hunter Ray that is going to lead Elio Castroneves across the line. Ryan Hunter Ray has his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win. Elio Castroneves will have to wait for another year to get his 4th victory at the Indy 500.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
And welcome back to New Orleans. I'm Paul Page. Mark Jane sits alongside, and what we worried about has actually come true. It's been raining off and on, but fairly hard in the last few minutes. In fact, up on the big screens here at the track, They have even put up an advisory about what to do in case of severe weather, but the rain let up just a few minutes ago, so we're going to kind of keep track of it, see what IndyCar decides to do, and, of course, when they do something, we'll let you know exactly what it is. In the meantime, though, let's see what's happening with the Firestone gang.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
And welcome back to New Orleans as we continue to wait for some sort of official word on exactly what IndyCar plans. Of course, Mark James, if you have puddling on the track, that's going to be an issue because of hydroplaning. And lightning certainly would be an issue. So I think they're taking a look at all of that, and then they'll decide if they're going to green flag, and if so, when they might do that.
Yeah, with a forecast for the weekend, less than optimistic, we'll say, in terms of the wet weather. But clearly, may necessitate going out in conditions like this. However, there are several unknowns in terms of where the water stands, how deep it is, where it stands, because this is a flat racetrack.
But you made the key point, and that is they're going to have to race in this at some time, maybe here. So it's a good time for them to at least go out and find out what's going on.
Well, it's not without precedent for an event to be pushed back, and I'm not suggesting that's going to happen this weekend. But it's not without precedent that an event on a road and street course has been pushed back. It happened a few years ago at St. Petersburg. We had to run on Monday because there was just nowhere for the water to go. Torrential downpours.
What's the matter with you?
I mean, that's, it is, again, it's not without precedent. We're a long way from that here. But let's face it, while certainly Firestone makes a solid product in terms of a rain tire, I think you hit on the key issue, Paul. It boils down to visibility. They simply must be able to see. That is key in racing, I think, if I may be so bold as to see.
Yes, you actually have to see out the front of the car.
Right.
That's an astute observation, my good friend. They do have the safety team out scouting the course right now, so we expect some sort of decision shortly from IndyCar.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
So, all right, here's what we're thinking of doing. As much as we wanted to send Jake Query and Nick Yeoman out into the rain, we've decided that's not a really good idea. We don't want them waterlogged for race day. So we're going to keep track of this situation, wait for the decisions that IndyCar is certainly working very hard on right now. We watched one of the safety team make turn one, and it looked like there was quite a bit of water on the inside of turn one here. So if you'll just be patient, we will keep track of everything. We're going to step away for the moment, and as soon as we know something, we'll be right back up on the air. So stay with us.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Stava and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning, and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr. and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes high. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody single. They come toward the main straightaway and Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, perfectly aligned, back on the main straightaway to call the start of the greatest spectacle in racing, the voice of the 500, Paul Page.
Oh, they came off of turn 4 beautifully. They look for the green flag. The green flag is out. And from the center of the road, James Hinchcliffe pulls away. Howard tried to duck over behind him, but Hinchcliffe is in front.
They must have found something with that car because he was not happy with the balance, not happy with the amount of horsepower he could have during that first run. Marco slides that bright yellow and blue Snapple car into pit lane. The fueler will engage the hose and the 4 tire changers will go to work. Marco has charged to the front. His grandfather won in 1969. A good pit stop for Andretti as he exits pit lane.
Hunter Ray slung past on the inside of Ed Carpenter. Marco Andretti in third, then Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves. That's the front 5 in a turn number 3, Mark James.
Not sure on restarts that up front is the place to be because of what happens with a slipstream, if you will. Ed Carpenter right there. Marco Andretti, then Scott Dixon, then Elio Castroneves. Front 5 set sail for the north end.
Hunter Ray trying to draft. Carpenter going into one.
And Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter-Reay on the inside. Hunter-Reay will make the pass again. And Marco Andretti stays in the number 3 spot. He may want number 2.
Guys, Will Power, Ed Carpenter, Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter-Reay darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Hunter-Reay looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter-Reay, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the backstretch for the final time.
Did Elio make the move? 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all left in the tank? A couple of turns to go. Ryan Hunter-Reay leads in Indy.
Turn number 800 is upon us. Less than a car length is the difference. The final turn. Hunter-Reay to call the finish. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
And it is Ryan Hunter-Reay that is going to lead Elio Castroneves across the line. Ryan Hunter-Reay has his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win. Elio Castroneves will have to wait for another year to get his 4th victory at the Indy 500.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
John Andretti starts to close into the back of Mansell. So John Andretti, who will drive 2 races in one day, is having one incredible drive here this morning. John Andretti strong, trying to run down the line. Nigel Mansell, a very quiet month. And look here, they almost go 3 wide. Now they get down into single file. And Robbie Gordon now running strong. He had some handling problems early, but Robbie moving up through the field.
As they head through 4, the big battle right now, Boycel clears traffic and gets through very safely. And everyone again making it through 4 as they head toward 1 and Jerry Baker.
Well, Mansell's bouncing running room all by his lonesome. Now we were watching Eddie Cheever. Man, he appears to be really flying out
here. Oh, we got a bad crash in one. 2 cars are gathered in. We've got a quick flash fire. It is out. Cars dive to the inside. One of the cars up against the outside wall dodges the crash. They are side by side just as we come out of number 1.
Less than half a lap ago. Brody Johncock went 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short chute. Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. Johncock maintains the lead. The boys of the 500, Paul Page. Who's going to win it?
Gordon Johncock off the 4th turn. Mears is right behind him. Johncock. Mears makes a try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500. Rick Mears comes across in second place, almost side by side. And you should see the celebration that is taking place in the Patrick Racing pits. An incredible celebration now as they run down toward victory lane. What a finish.
Let's see what happens with the 68. He's going to climb the fence. He is out of the car, and Helio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
The lead is down to 2.5 car lengths. Helio Castroneves looking for 2 in a row. Paul Tracy has him in his sights.
Oh, the qualifying struggle for Team Green, but boy, Paul Tracy looking good right now. Greg's back in 2. Is Tracy trying to make the pass in the North Eddy head toward Preston Airy? Action is on the speedway.
And Paul Tracy has made the pass. He's gotten around Castroneves. Mikey, head your way. Paul Tracy will take the yellow flag. It looks like he will win the Indianapolis 500 as the yellow and white are displayed.
Yes, we can see him now, and he's right down to that white line on this lap, too, as he streaks through here, right up onto the back stretch, and in just a second or so, Bernie Herman should be able to see.
Okay, Howard, here comes Pagelli now, the Torrance man from California. White helmet, blue visor, and I'm sure he's going to be a very, very happy guy. And down to you, Mikey Hurst.
Okay, Bernie, we got it. Here comes Martelli. Shows he's fast as he gets around me here by Roger McCluskey. McCluskey spins there in the corner. Oh, that lead they've got one car going around and he's sideways, the same spot that Eddie Sachs was. McCluskey right there. He's okay. He's sitting in his car. The cars are coming around and we'll follow. See if it's all right. They're all going on the inside. McCluskey halfway through the turn, sideways, the exact same spot where Eddie Sachs was just a few minutes ago. Now they're running under the yellow flag. Jones went around it a moment ago. McCluskey passed him on the
And there's the checkered flag for Parnelli Jones, the winner of the 1963 500-mile race.
As they come onto the main stretch, it's Mario Andretti being chased by Danny Sullivan. Sullivan darts out, pulls alongside Mario Andretti. It's a drag race down the main stretch. Can Sullivan pull Andretti into the first turn? Ron Carroll.
It is Danny Sullivan gets him. Danny Sullivan gets him down. No, he's squirreling. No, he's spinning. Danny Sullivan spins, but he goes around twice and gathers it.
Absolutely incredible. Danny Sullivan spun in front of Mario Andretti, gathered the car back up and continues on, and Sullivan only fell back to second place. Larry Henry, they're coming to you.
Well, this is reminiscent of Roberto Guerrero a year ago with Roberto Guerrero spun and kept going. Here comes Mario Andretti now. Here's Danny Sullivan after that spin. He'll have to change tires, but what a job of driving by the man from Louisville, Kentucky, Danny Sullivan.
Absolutely unbelievable. Danny Sullivan got past Andretti in the short chute and then lost control of it. And he spun the car completely, but he caught it, regained control, and continued on.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. The Verizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio.
And history is matched as the twin checkered flags come out for our second four-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, Al Unser. Roberto Guerrero comes across the line, finishing 4.4 seconds back. The Penske team scores another victory. Al Unser has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
A.J. Foyt now coming down to the white line. In turn number 2, he looks kind of happy as he goes through 2 onto the backstretch, and in just a second he'll be up to Chuck Marlowe on his final lap.
Roger, howdy, and he has the backstretch all to himself. Here he comes, A.J. Foyt, number 1, entering up toward that northeast turn, the big wave. to all the fans. He's in the Northeast, and Mikey Hurt.
We got him here. People waving their hands, waving to him, and he waves back as he takes the turn number 3. One more turn to go to Jim Shelton.
And he's in this turn right now, Mike. White car, big gold number 1, happy AJ. There you have what looks like our winner, and I don't think he can miss now. He has about half a straightaway to go, and here's Sid Collins.
Well, nothing should happen now, and here comes the car, the Sheraton Thompson Special, the checkered flag for A.J. Foyt, with the right hand up in the air, waving to the crowd, the winner of the 1964 500-mile race.
And there the checkered flag waving, and Maury Rose is the winner. Rose is the winner of the 31st running of the Indianapolis 500-mile Motor Speedway Classic.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning, and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt and the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team, home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now. Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr., and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes on. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody single. They come toward the main straightaway and Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, perfectly aligned, back on the main straightaway to call the start of the greatest spectacle in racing, the voice of the 500, Paul Page.
Oh, they came off of turn 4 beautifully. They look for the green flag. The green flag is out. And from the center of the road, James Hinchcliffe pulls away. Howard tried to duck over behind him, but Hinchcliffe is in front.
They must have found something with that car because he was not happy with the balance, not happy with the amount of horsepower he could have during that first run. Marco slides that bright yellow and blue Snapple car into pit lane. The fueler will engage the hose and the 4 tire changers will go to work. Marco has charged to the front. His grandfather won in 1969. A good pit stop for Andretti as he exits pit lane.
Hunter Ray slung past on the inside of Ed Carpenter. Marco Andretti in third, then Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves. That's the front 5 in the turn number 3, Mark James.
Not sure on restarts that up front is the place to be because of what happens with the slipstream, if you will. Ed Carpenter right there. Marco Andretti, then Scott Dixon, then Elio Castroneves. Front 5 sets sail for the north end.
Hunter Ray trying to draft. Carpenter going into 1.
And Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter Ray on the inside. Hunter Ray will make the pass again. And Marco Andretti stays in the number 3 spot. He made one number 2.
Guys, Will Power, Ed Carpenter, Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter Ray darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter Ray.
Hunter Ray looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter Ray, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the backstretch for the final time.
And Elio make the move 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all left in the tank? A couple of turns to go. Ryan Hunter Ray leads in Indy.
Turn number 800 is upon him. Less than a car length is the difference. The final turn. Hunter Ray to call the finish. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
And it is Ryan Hunter Ray that is going to lead Elio Castroneves across the line. Ryan Hunter Ray has his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win. Elio Castroneves will have to wait for another year to get his 4th victory at the Indy 500.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
John Andretti starts to close into the back of Mansell. So John Andretti, who will drive 2 races in one day, is having one incredible drive here this morning. John Andretti strong, trying to run down the line. Nigel Mansell, a very quiet month. And look here, they almost go 3 wide. Now they get down into single file. And Robbie Gordon now running strong. He had some handling problems early, but Robbie moving up through the field.
As they head through 4, the big battle right now, Boycel clears traffic and gets through very safely. And everyone again making it through 4 as they head toward 1 and Jerry Baker.
Well, Mansell's found some running room all by his lonesome. Now we were watching Eddie Cheever. Man, he appears to be really flying out there. Oh, we got a bad crash in 1. 2 cars are gathered in. We've got a quick flash fire. It is out. Cars dive to the inside. One of the cars up against the outside wall dodges the crash.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
The lead is down to 2.5 car lengths. Elio Castroneves looking for 2 in a row. Paul Tracy has him in his sights.
All the qualifying struggles for Team Green, but boy, Paul Tracy looking good right now. And Greg's back in 2 as Tracy tries to make the pass in the north. Then he heads toward Kristen Airy. Action is on the speedway.
And Paul Tracy has made the pass. He's gotten around Castroneves. Mikey, heads your way.
Paul Tracy will take the yellow flag. It looks like he will win the Indianapolis 500 as the yellow and white are displayed.
Yes, we can see him now, and he's right down to that white line on this lap, too, as he streaks through here, right up onto the back stretch, and in just a second or so, Bernie Herman should be able to see.
Okay, Howard, here comes Cornelli now, the Torrance man from California. White helmet, blue visor, and I'm sure he's going to be a very, very happy guy. It's down to you, Mikey Hurst.
Okay, Bernie, we've got it. Here comes Cornelli. Shows he's fast as he gets around me here by Roger McCluskey. McCluskey spins there in the corner. Hold it. We've got one car going around and he's sideways. The same spot that Eddie Sachs was. McCluskey right there. He's okay. He's sitting in his car. The cars are coming around him. We'll follow. See if it's all right. They're all going on the inside. McCluskey halfway through the third, sideways, the exact same spot where Eddie Sachs was just a few minutes ago. Now they're running under the yellow flag. Jones went around us a moment ago. McCluskey passed him on the...
And there's the checkered flag for Parnelli Jones, the winner of the 1963 500-mile race.
As they come onto the main stretch, it's Mario Andretti being chased by Danny Sullivan. Sullivan darts out, pulls alongside Mario Andretti. It's a drag race down the main stretch. Can Sullivan pull Andretti into the first turn, Ron Carroll?
It is Danny Sullivan gets him. Danny Sullivan gets him down. No, he's whirling. No, he's spinning. Danny Sullivan spins, but he goes around twice and gathers in.
Absolutely incredible. Danny Sullivan spun in front of Mario Andretti, gathered the car back up and continues on, and Sullivan only fell back to second place. Larry Henry, they're coming to you.
Well, this is reminiscent of Roberto Guerrero a year ago with Roberto Guerrero's product kept going. Here comes Mario Andretti now. Here's Danny Sullivan after that spin. He'll have to change tires, but what a job of driving by the man from Louisville, Kentucky, Danny Sullivan.
Absolutely unbelievable. Danny Sullivan got past Andretti in the short chute and then lost control of it. And he spun the car completely, but he caught it, regained control, and continued on.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. Horizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio.
And history is matched as the twin checkered flags come out for our second four-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, Al Unser. Roberto Guerrero comes across the line, finishing 4.4 seconds back. The Penske team scores another victory. Al Unser has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
A.J. Foyt now coming down to the white line in turn number 2. He looks kind of happy as he goes through 2 onto the backstretch, and in just a second he'll be up to Chuck Marlowe on his final lap.
Roger, howdy, and he has the backstretch all to himself. Here he comes, A.J. Foyt, number 1, entering up toward that northeast turn. The big wave to all the fans. He's in the northeast, and Mikey Hurt.
We got him here. People waving their hands, waving to him, and he waves back as he takes the turn number 3. One more turn to go to Jim Shelton.
And he's in this turn right now. White car, big gold number 1, a happy A.J. There you have what looks like our winner, and I don't think he can miss now. He has about half a straightaway to go, and here's Sid Collins.
Well, nothing should happen now, and here comes the car, the Sheraton Thompson Special, the checkered flag for A.J. Foyt, with the right hand up in the air, waving to the crowd, the winner of the 1964 500-mile race.
And there the checkered flag waving, and Maury Rose is the winner. Rose is the winner of the 31st running of the Indianapolis 500-mile Motor Speedway Classic.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning, and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr., and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes right. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody single. They come toward the main straightaway, and Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, perfectly aligned, back on the main straightaway to call the start of the greatest spectacle in racing, the voice of the 500, Paul Page.
Oh, they came off of turn 4 beautifully. They look for the green flag. The green flag is out. And from the center of the road, James Hinchcliffe pulls away. Power tried to duck over behind him, but Hinchcliffe is in front.
They must have found something with that car because he was not happy with the balance, not happy with the amount of horsepower he could have during that first run. Marco slides that bright yellow and blue Snapple car into pit lane. The fueler will engage the hose and the 4 tire changers will go to work. Marco has charged to the front. His grandfather won in 1969. A good pit stop for Andretti as he exits pit lane.
Hunter Ray slung past on the inside of Ed Carpenter. Marco Andretti in third, then Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves. That's the front 5 in a turn number 3, Mark James.
Not sure on restarts that up front is the place to be because of what happens with a slipstream, if you will. Ed Carpenter right there. Marco Andretti, then Scott Dixon, then Elio Castroneves. Front 5 set sail for the north end.
Hunter Ray trying to draft. Carpenter going into 1.
Ed Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter Ray on the inside. Hunter Ray will make the pass again. And Marco Andretti stays in the number 3 spot. He made one number 2.
Guys, Will Power, Ed Carpenter, Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter Ray darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter Ray.
Hunter Ray looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter Ray, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the backstretch for the final time.
And Elio make the move 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all left in the tank? A couple of turns to go. Ryan Hunter Ray leads in Indy.
Turn number 800 is upon him. Less than a car length is the difference. The final turn. Hunter Ray to call the finish. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
And it is Ryan Hunter Ray that is going to lead Elio Castroneves across the line. Ryan Hunter Ray has his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win. Elio Castroneves will have to wait for another year.
1 2 1 2. There we go.
Victory at the Indy 500.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Jake on the other side, 1 2.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
John Andretti starts to close into the back of Mansell. So John Andretti, who will drive 2 races in one day, is having one incredible drive here this morning. John Andretti strong, trying to run down the line. Nigel Mansell, a very quiet month. And look here, they almost go 3 wide. Now they get down into single file. And Robbie Gordon now running strong. He had some handling problems early, but Robbie moving up through the field.
As they head through 4, the big battle right now, Boycel clears traffic and gets through very safely. And everyone, again, making it through 4 as they head toward 1 and Jerry Baker.
Well, Mansell's found some running room all by his lonesome. Now we were watching Eddie Cheever. Man, he appears to be really flying out there. Oh, we got a bad crash in 1. 2 cars are gathered in. We've got a quick flash fire. It is out. Cars dive to the inside. One of the cars up against the outside wall dodges the crash. They are side by side just as we come out of number 1.
Less than half a lap ago. Brody John Cook by 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short chute. Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. John Cook maintains the lead. The voice of the 500, Paul Page. Who's going to win it?
Gordon Johncock off the 4th turn. Mears is right behind him. Johncock. Mears makes a try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500. Rick Mears comes across in second place, almost side by side. And you should see the celebration that is taking place at the Patrick Racing pits. An incredible celebration now as they run down toward victory lane. What a finish.
Let's see what happens with the 68.
I think he's going to climb
the fence. He is out of the car, and Helio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
The lead is down to 2.5 car lengths. Helio Castroneves looking for 2 in a row. Paul Tracy has him in his sights.
Oh, the qualifying struggle for Team Green, but boy, Paul Tracy looking good right now. And Greg's back in 2 as Tracy tries to make the pass in the north. Then he heads toward Crispinary. Action is on the speedway.
And Paul Tracy has made the pass. He's gotten around Castroneves. Mikey, heads your way.
Paul Tracy will
will take the yellow flag. It looks like he will win the Indianapolis 500 as the yellow and white are displayed.
Yes, we can see him now, and he's right down to that white line on this lap, too, as he streaks through here, right up onto the back stretch, and in just a second or so, Bernie Herman should be able to see. Okay, Howard, here comes Parnelli now, the torchman from California. White helmet, blue visor, and I'm sure he's going to be a very, very happy guy.
Well, we promised you we'd be back. It took a little longer than any of us anticipated, but here we are. We are at New Orleans for the Indy Grand Prix of New Orleans. I'm Paul Page. Mark James is here in the booth. And down trackside is both Jake Query and Nick Yeoman. We're a few minutes away from them actually starting. They've cleaned the track up fairly well, surprised considering how much rain was dumped on this track, but I think that's a good omen for the ability to clean this track. Let's find out, though, what a couple of folks are doing down pit side, and we're going to start with Nick Yeoman.
And you may hear some of the engines have been fired here on pit lane. The 67 of Joseph Newgarden, that car is fired up. A lot of the drivers have made their way out onto pit lane, though. We'll grab a quick word with Simona Di Silvestro. Simona, we got some heavy rain about a half hour ago. It's cleared out. What's your thoughts on this practice session? I mean, how dry do you think this racetrack realistically is?
Yeah, I think so. You know, we'll see how many puddles there's left, but I think it should be okay, and hopefully it'll dry out so we can actually do some dry running towards the end of the session.
How'd the first practice session go for you this morning?
Well, so. You know, it's first time I was here. So no testing, learning the track in an hour was really busy, but hopefully what we learned from now, you know, will be better this session. So really looking forward to go out there.
Had a big announcement earlier this week about you running the Indianapolis 500 for this Andretti Autosport team. I imagine you got to be awfully excited.
Yeah, definitely. You know, especially being with Andretti Autosport at the 500 special because they won it last year, and you know, I'm really happy that T-Connectivity joined on board to give me the chance to run in the 500.
All right, have some fun this weekend.
Thank you.
That is Simona Di Silvestro, Jake Query.
Will Power is getting ready, I think, to get in his car. Let's talk real quick, Will. First off, my understanding now, practice will be open until 6:25, so just about an hour or so. It is wet, and I think it'll probably be wet over the course of this weekend. What do you look for now when you get ready to get out there in that one car?
Well, actually, unless it's half and half, so we can't run until it's completely slick or completely wet. So we'll probably sit and wait and see how dry it is, or maybe just do an hour lap on dry tires to see where the track is.
You have 6 sets of wet tires as well. I would imagine figuring that out has to come into play here, does it not?
It does a lot. That's why if we had unlimited wets, we would run, like, just to see. But we don't. And you need 4 sets to run the race. And you need a couple sets to run qualifying if it's wet, so can't do anything.
We'll check in with your teammate. We'll let you get your suit on here. Will Power getting set and getting ready. How about Simon Pagano, that Penske truck rental machine? Just talking to Will about preserving those wet tires, which comes into play. But I want to ask you about this track in general. What are the challenges from a driving standpoint, or what things do you like about it?
Well, it's a beautiful racetrack. They've done a fantastic job here at making this track to the standard of IndyCar, and I really enjoy it. I think it's the first year we're here, and obviously, it takes time to get going for a track like this to get to a good level that they're at. So I enjoy it. I think it's fantastic flowing speeds. We're top 190 at the end of the straight. Great passing zones. It's going to be a great venue.
We had a torrential downpour just about 30 minutes ago or so in this area. It dramatically decreased the temperature, and the air is not as thick as it was earlier. How different does that let your race car feel when you're in there, when it's not as humid and it's a little bit cooler?
Like you said earlier, the problem is rain tires, quota. How much you want to use tires now and not have it for qualifying, knowing the race is probably going to be wet. So, a lot could happen in a race, wet race, so you want to have as many sets as you want. Now you also need to know the track in the wet conditions. So we'll see. That's going to be a team decision.
Of course, you've also got 3 guys, teammates, to talk to about it. So we'll let you get back to talking to those guys and looking over what you guys can find out.
Thanks, Jake.
All right, Simon Pagano. Nick?
Yeah, about 30 seconds from the green flag being shown here at NOLA Motorsports Park. I'm not exactly sure we're going to see a lot of cars out on racetrack immediately. There are some strapping into the race car. Stefano Coletti is not one of them. How about that practice session this morning? I mean, it's a new track for everybody, but how did it go for you early on this thing?
It went good. I mean, we had a lot of testing to do, and we tried a lot of stuff on the car, but in the end, when we put new tires, we were in the top 6. So, car is fast, and now we're just waiting to see if we can run or not.
How was that first IndyCar experience 2 weeks ago in St. Petersburg?
It was fun. Like, I never expected the race to be that long with so many cautions, and the racing is actually really, really fun. So, can't wait to race again this weekend.
What's the longest race you had done before that marathon that we had there in St. Pete?
An hour maximum, so it's completely different.
A plan for you to get in that car pretty soon here and go out, even on a wet racetrack?
Well, I hope so. The problem is right now the track is not wet enough and it's not dry enough, so we just have to wait, because if we put rain tires now, we're going to destroy them. So we'll just wait for a bit and see if it's going to dry up.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
That is Stefano Coletti, the rookie for KVH Racing.
Well, with the green out, Nick Yeoman, the first car to take to the track, in fact, at this moment, no, there are 2 cars out there, but the first car was James Jakes. He apparently decided he wanted to get out and find out what was going on, as did Ryan Hunter-Reay, who, of course, is the defending Indy 500 champion. But that was an interesting argument on how far you have to go to be able to save tires, and you neither want it wet or you want it dry.
Yeah, that's it's interesting to hear the responses and the observations of the drivers because of the difficulty of the conditions. I mean, it speaks to the mindset of these practice sessions as a whole, Paul, even on a weekend where it's going to be nothing but bone dry. I mean, tire management is very, very, very important. It's as much a part of the race strategy as anything else, and all of these drivers are mindful of the impact that this course right now has on both the primary tires and the wets.
Keeping an eye on the circuit on James Jakes, who is generally looking for the dry portions of the course, though he can't always find them, and has decided that the pit road might be a better place for him right now. But he was sawing back and forth at the wheel quite a bit. Montoya and Ryan Hunter-Reay are both on the course. Montoya just has come out of the pits and has started to make his way around, not fully up to speed yet. And Ryan Hunter-Reay, of course, even though those people are out, we don't have an indication and won't for some time of what speeds we're talking about, though Ryan Hunter-Reay just flashed down the front stretch, kicking up water as he went through several puddles and heads down into turn 1. He makes that right-hand turn that brings him into 1. There was a big puddle here earlier. They got rid of it, which was pretty impressive because it seemed pretty deep. Went way wide coming off of 1. Swings back the left-hander that is 2 now. And now what they say is a very complex portion of the circuit that we need to keep an eye on, which is the 3-4 complex. He makes the turn right now that brings him into turn 3. That's a left-hander hairpin and then a short straight, and it'll bring him back to a right-hander, a fairly wide-open circuit, a little more wide open as a hairpin than the first one that they went into. So Ryan Hunter-Reay he's hitting a lot of water as he goes out there, but at the same time, I'm guessing, Mark, he's learning a whole lot of information.
6:25 is the time that this thing will receive the twin checkers. That is, of course, Central Time, 6:25 Central Time. Big learning curve at St. Petersburg a couple of weeks ago for the promising rookie Sage Karam, but Nick Yeoman, like he had a pretty good first session today.
I think he did. All the Ganassi cars showing some speed in this first session earlier today. Sage Karam, I think 7th quick, he ended up on the speed charts. I would assume got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it's a lot better than how St. Pete was for me, so definitely pleased with it. You know, the whole Ganassi team right now has got some speed. You know, we elected to come here and test it when everyone else went to Sebring, so I think that's helping out right now. But no, everyone will catch up. The series is so competitive. You know, I was 7th, but it's almost like 1/10 will put me straight into the top 3. So, you know, I ended up not being able to get a clean lap there on my new tire run at the end. So I know there's still speed left in the thing. So it would have been good to get that last run.
I think the last couple days have kind of been a travel day for a lot of us coming down here. But you spent some time in New York, I understand. What were you doing up there?
Yeah, just trying to promote the series, promote myself, and you know, get everything going again. So visited a few things, went to GQ, Sports Illustrated Kids, you know, a few other magazine guys, and you know, just trying to get the name of IndyCar back out there.
You gonna be at Long Beach?
I hope so. I think things are looking good. You know, we're all pretty optimistic with, you know, how things are looking. About, you know, we think things are looking good right now for half the season. But you know, I think if we can get more races and do well, I think the full season can develop pretty nicely.
Final thing, let me ask you. I mean, you've got Charlie Kimball's a race winner as a teammate. You've got Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan are champions. You've got a 3-time Indy 500 winner, Dario Franchitti, over my shoulder, who's been coaching you. How big has it been, I mean, to just lean on those guys? As you mentioned, St. Pete was kind of a rough outing, to get back in the flow of things and lean on those guys for information.
Yeah, no, it's pretty amazing having guys like that. It's almost like too much information at some point, so I'm just a giant sponge right now. You know, St. Pete was tough for us, but I mean, my wrist was broken and it was rough. I'd say I was racing with a wrist that was 45%, and I don't want to blame that or anything, but I was more mentally not confident than I am now. So, you know, right now I'm coming in, wrist about 85%, everything's feeling a lot better, and the shows right now, right on the timesheets right away, you know, we're feeling a lot better. So, you know, I go to these guys whenever I'm feeling like I need some guidance and everything, and they're the best guys in the business to talk to. So, you know, I can't thank these guys enough.
Can't disagree with that. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
That is Sage Karam. It's a sharp-looking car this weekend, Jake Query. Comfort Revolution on the side pods, a red and black livery. Very nice-looking car for rookie Sage Karam.
Speaking of black cars that are good, with copper, as a matter of fact, on them, that's the case with Joseph Newgarden and that familiar number 67. And what's not familiar to race fans, Joseph, is this racetrack. First time here to NOLA Motorsports Park, and I've been interested in getting everybody's reaction now as you've gotten extensive time out there. What is your thought on this track itself?
Well, it's a cool facility. You're right. You know, the black and gold looks pretty cool here in New Orleans. I feel like we're almost the Saints special. So 67 is a good car to root for, I think, here in New Orleans. But it's a cool track. You know, it's new for us. We've never been here before with IndyCar, and it's a place that we'd like to make a home, I think, for the future and continue to improve. But I think they've put a lot of really good work into it. It's a fun track to drive. It really is fast, very flowing. I like that you can see all of it. You know, most of the fans in any of these grandstands can see the entire track, which is unique. You don't get that everywhere. So I think the visibility here is really good for people to get to see the speed, you know, the braking power, the acceleration of IndyCars, the cornering speeds, all that good stuff that people aren't exposed to normally. But it's a great track. I hope we get a good event this weekend, and I hope we can just make it bigger and better for years to come.
You know, one of the things that I've been asking a lot of guys, but I find it an interesting answer from people. When you come to a track in which you've never been before, I mean, I realize testing, but how many laps do you have to do to kind of get it ingrained in you and memorize, if you will, the track so that you know and anticipate where the line is?
You know, these guys are pretty good. Honestly, it probably takes 4 to 5 laps for anyone that comes here to figure it out. You know, at least the IndyCar drivers, they're really fast and switched on at figuring it out. You know, figuring out the absolute setup, you know, that works perfectly around here and that really gives you solid lap time, that's more difficult. But as a driver, you know your way around the track, you know, before you even set on the track, because you have to. You know, the time is always so limited with how long you can run around a track in IndyCar. I mean, you only get so many laps, so you need to know the track before you even get on it. And then, you know, within 4 or 5 laps, these guys are so good that they have it dialed in pretty quickly in their memory for where they want to be turning, you know, where they want to be braking, what type of speeds they need to carry into the corners. I mean, they're just all really, really switched on at figuring it out pretty quick.
Lastly, let me ask you, this is, as we know, and we talked about this with Birmingham, this is typically NASCAR territory. I mean, it has been historically, at least. Do you kind of feel an obligation or a responsibility or the fun, for example, in knowing that some of these fans, it might be a first time out, might be a new introduction to them, and to try to get another area where we can get people turned on to the Verizon IndyCar Series?
Yeah, you know what's cool is we were down here promoting this race during Mardi Gras. You know, obviously New Orleans, it's famous for Mardi Gras. It's famous for their festivals, the music, the many different events that they have here that they do a great job of creating a party. And, you know, I'm sure they do have plenty of NASCAR fans down here, but when we were here for Mardi Gras, I swear I've never met so many people that were excited to see an IndyCar race. They knew we were coming. They knew the date. They had tickets already, and people all mentioned IndyCar racing, that they wanted to see that. And not a lot of people have seen it before. So just the fact that everyone was kind of up to speed that IndyCar was coming to town was awesome. And, you know, again, I think this is the type of town we want to come to. They're a town that knows how to put on a race, put on a party, and I think it's a place that we can grow. So, you know, I think hopefully in the future this becomes an IndyCar city.
That black and gold, the Hartman Oil, the Treasure Chest Casino, it's going to be faster than a float for Joseph Newgarden. Have a good weekend here.
Thanks so much.
Joseph Newgarden in car 67. Nick Yeoman?
Still just a couple of cars on the racetrack at the moment. I saw Jack Hawksworth head on the racetrack moments ago. Those on the big screens are seeing Marco Andretti make his way around this course here at NOLA Motorsports Park. I didn't get a chance to talk to James Jakes, who's back in the Verizon IndyCar Series after a one-year hiatus. James, well, you're watching Marco. What do you think of this racetrack, and what do you think of the conditions as of right now?
It's a fun place to be, obviously, the inaugural Grand Prix of New Orleans. It's nice to be here and nice to be back in the series. I think the track's gonna, it's gonna dry out pretty quickly here. If we were in qualifying right now, I'm pretty sure everyone will be on slicks already. We're just kind of waiting for the track to get a little bit better before we run again. So I don't think it'll be long here before the fans see, majority of the cars on track.
Heard a lot of drivers talk about turn one, that long straightaway down there, probably being the best passing opportunity. What about the bumps? I mean, is it quite bumpy heading into turn number one? Yeah,
it's very bumpy, and on the inside it seems to be even more bumps. But I think here and then turn 10 here at the end of the straight, they're going to be the two best zones for passing. So yeah, I guess if you were looking from an overtaking point of view, you kind of want to place yourself down at turn 1 or over here at going into turn 10.
What was it like getting back in IndyCar after 1 year away from the sport at St. Petersburg?
It was good. It was nice to be back, and obviously, with a great team, Schmidt-Peterson Motorsport. And this was actually the first place I drove when I came back, so it was kind of a cool spot to do it in, and obviously being a first Grand Prix here is nice as well.
And you're still going by Buckshot, right? That's the nickname we're sticking with?
That is still here, yes. It's obviously it's here to stay, but it was just something to deficit me and James, because the engineering meetings got quite challenging.
I like it. All right, James Buckshot Jakes is not hopping in those cars quite yet, Jake Query, as most of these drivers still hanging out on pit boxes.
And right here as they're hanging out along pit road, a little bit cooler than it was earlier. My apologies, Nick, if you might have mentioned this earlier, but I happened to notice during the practice session earlier today that the track temperature was 111 degrees. The ambient was at 83 degrees. The air was very, very sticky, no question about it. And, of course, this course was dry. Now you have a wet course that eventually will dry. Juan Montoya was one of those that said, look, I would like to have gone out there when it was at its absolute peak of being wet, but he was told, there was some standing water there. It might not have been a good idea for the cars. Montoya seemed to go ahead and accept that answer and get ready to go out, and we'll see if eventually people can go on dries, because Helio Castroneves had told me that with those 6 sets of wet tires, Will Power, his teammate, of course, agreed with this, that you got to be a little bit careful, because we think there's the possibility they might need the wet tires throughout the course of the weekend. But right now the track temperature is at 84 degrees. That's some 27 degrees cooler than what the track temperature was just a few hours ago. The ambient temperature now at 73 degrees. That a 10-degree difference. And, of course, Paul, the biggest difference, as you can tell as soon as you walk outside here in Louisiana, the air is just a lot thinner. It was very, very sticky earlier today.
Yeah, it was pretty heavy air, Jake. That's exactly right. And, another thing we have to do is give a tip of the hat to the New Orleans race fans, because they're already in the tradition of IndyCar fans. They just went and hid during the rain itself, and now quite a few of them moving back into the grandstand. So that's a nice thing to see, and that tradition continues on even though we're here at a brand new racetrack. So out on the track are guys like Hawksworth, and Marco Andretti was out for a bit. The 11 car of Sebastian Bourdais was out there. Montoya was out, then he came back, got out of the car, and took a seat on the side of his teammate Helio Castroneves' car. So we're beginning to see a little action going on, Mark.
Yeah, we saw a handful of drivers go out, Paul, and as you mentioned early on, when we talked to those drivers up and down pit lane, they said that they were either hoping for an all-wet track or an all-dry track, and they had to be concerned with tire management. They didn't want to put the wets on and have them burn up because the track was so dry, and didn't want to risk running out there with the slicks, hitting water, and losing control of the race car. That's typically not a good mix, those Firestone slicks with that wet pavement. So Jack Hawksworth among those we see heading out on the pit road, try to get some laps in, and we have, Paul, just 3 or 4 cars that have actually turned laps to the point to where they've taken time, and we're 15 minutes into this session, that's scheduled to wrap up at about 6:25.
Yeah, there have been actually 8 cars out there, but only 3 of them even showing any time, and that's not even worth looking at. We're talking like a minute 42, a minute 51, so you're still building up, still trying to find out a great deal about it. And perhaps Nick and Jake, you can look up and down the lane and see how many people are sitting there on dries, because I got to tell you, the track is beginning to dry.
I think that number is probably decreasing by the second, Paul, because just for example, right now I look at James Jakes. He is on wet tires. So too behind him would be Gabby Chavez should they go out. But I think that probably are still the tires that they used to transport out with, and they would eventually be going on to slicks. I was surprised earlier at a couple of them that did go out on slicks, what presumably to me looked to be a little bit early, and I think perhaps was optimistic, but as Will Power had mentioned, probably just an install lap to see exactly how wet the track exactly was. I walk through now and look, and I come up on the car of Sage Karam, for example, who Nick talked to. He is on slicks right now. So I think right now it's probably about half and half, but I get the feeling that as we move along here, everybody eventually, fairly early on in going out there, is going to go to the slick tires and not the wets.
That certainly would be the objective. Right now you're seeing the sky condition change. It gets a little lighter, it gets a little darker. Just the kind of thing that drives the IndyCar teams nuts when they're trying to figure this sort of thing out. And we'll be back right after this.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
We heard a few moments ago, we were talking with Sage Karam, a great guy, and it's really good to see him out and with a good ride and making a name for himself this year. There is one very good story in today's copy of USA Today that talks about Sage and the fact that Dario Franchitti has taken him under his wing to a degree. And, yeah, that's one of the neat things for the great champions like Franchitti, to bring the next champions along.
Dario, with the line of the weekend at St. Petersburg, when we talked to him on pit road, he said Sage is it's like he's drinking water from a fire hose right now in terms of the analogy about the level of information that's being thrown at him. But as you heard Sage say himself, at his disposal, you know, the likes of Barry Wanzer and Mike Hull and certainly Chip Ganassi, and then of course you have, you know, teammates like Charlie and TK and Scott Dixon, and oh, by the way, Dario Franchitti is there as well, offering up words of wisdom. And I the thing about Dario, I think that's so valuable for a kid like Sage Karam is not only his talent and his ability, but the fact that he was nothing but pure class and a sportsman throughout his entire motorsports career. And I think, Paul, those lessons are as valuable as any of the lessons that he can teach Sage inside the cockpit.
Well, it appears that the track has gone quiet for the moment. Searching through the different monitors, I don't see a car out there. What I do see, though, is kind of a meeting of the Penske organization, some of the key people there. Montoya kind of holding court out on the pit lane, and Tim Cindric, who is taller than about everybody else on that team, about everybody else in IndyCar, is standing there. So they're beginning to talk about what it is that they can do, or else they're really having one of those great choke and story sessions. Either way, Penske team on pit road while they wait to see when they will go out and what the changing track conditions will be. Right now in the cars, another people, Gabby Chavez has been strapped in his cockpit, kind of waiting for the opportunity to go out in the 98 car. But at this moment, Mark, and it kind of surprises me a little bit, it seems like it's gone quiet. Jake?
Yeah, I think the reason for that
is apparently that Jake has no microphone. We'll wait and see if we can get Jake back to give us the actual reason why it's sitting so quiet. Those that we're seeing, though, on the pit road still, many of those we're seeing, Chavez being an example a few minutes ago, still have the rain tires strapped on. Okay, do we have you back, Jake?
Yeah, I think what happens here, Paul, and the reason why this track has gone quiet is simple. and not to continue to belabor the point. But when I first came out onto pit road off microphone, Elio Castroneves and I were talking, and he had expressed the fact, hey, look, if we've got 6 sets of red tires, and I know that it's probably not what race fans want to hear, and we're not supposed to talk about it, but the reality is that Mother Nature perhaps is planning on this being a predominantly wet event over the course of the weekend. Now, if that's the case, you've always got to plan for worst case scenario. I was a Cub Scout once. I know you always have to be prepared. And being prepared for the potential for wets over the course of the weekend, these teams each have 6 sets of the wet tires. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, those are simply the treaded tires that allow you that grip to move through in a wet condition. If there are 6 sets of them and these teams are anticipating the possibility that it may be a wet track both for another practice session, for a qualifying session, for multiple rounds of a qualifying session, and as well in race conditions, they want to preserve those tires. In addition to that, they are given 11 sets of the regular primary tire or regular tires, 8 of them being the primary, 3 the softer compound tires we talked about earlier. What I think we are seeing right now is everyone simply waiting for this track to go dry so they can go out and in using up tires for this practice session, they will be using tires that will go off of that allotment of the 8 tires they have to use over the course of the race weekend that are dry tires. They simply want to preserve those wet tires in the possibility that this particular track is going to stay wet over the course of the weekend. Just as I say that, Paul, it's my understanding this session now scheduled for another 40 minutes or so, a red flag has flown.
Yeah, they have 20 minutes. 20 minutes and 55 seconds of green. Then they've just brought the red out, and we're waiting to find out exactly what they plan to do. The first word is that they hope to dry the traffic a little bit more so that they can, in fact, I assume, get out on the dries. And for the people here, the new race fans to IndyCar in New Orleans, they're about to find out that when we do race in the wet, it's the great equalizer, and it's spectacular to see the cars come screaming down these straightaways with rooster tails coming off the tires. It's pretty significant moments to see that. So the fans, sometime this weekend, I'll bet are going to get a big taste of that.
Spoken like a guy that calls it from the booth.
When it's dry.
No, I've been out in places like Mid-Ohio. I've been out in St. Petersburg. We've called into the wet before, and I got to be honest with you. It's as you suggest. It is a great equalizer, and it presents an interesting dynamic. And there have been times when we would have liked to have seen it, and wondered why it didn't happen. For instance, Toronto, comes to mind recently. But we understand, again, the problem we had with Toronto is the fact that there was standing water on the course. There was nowhere for that water to go, and it simply was not safe for the drivers to be out there. And that's what this series focuses on by and large. They certainly want to be fan-friendly and want to be entertaining. We have a group of drivers to protect, too. So hopefully Mother Nature will continue to cooperate. We can get this track dry, and we can get the last few minutes of this session in before we call it a day here at NOLA.
Well, and one of the big things that they're concerned with is hydroplaning, which you can do in your car on an interstate or a roadway, and that is that the tire itself loses contact with the surface and is actually floating over the water, and then you have absolutely no control. It's like being on ice. So that's a pretty big concern. Nick? Oh, thought Nick was there for us. We'll be back right after this.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Welcome you back to New Orleans, the Big Easy. In fact, there's a whole lot of people. I'm looking at one of them right now. His name is Mark James, who I think is ready to head down into town when these sessions over today.
I think a Hurricane, the good kind, and Pat O'Brien's might be in the offing in the French Quarter for you and I, Paul Page. We'll we'll let the younger generation of guys like Jay Query and Nick Yeoman bounce around the French Quarter.
I'm following them.
We'll live vicariously
through
through them. But you go ahead and try to keep up with him.
Will you go my bail?
The last time, I didn't bring that much money. The last time I was in the French Quarter was in 1987. I was down here with Indiana State Baseball from Terre Haute, Indiana, and it was right in between Mardi Gras and the Final Four, the year Bob Knight's Hoosiers won the national championship with that shot by Keith Smart, and it was still all a buzz, trust me. But it doesn't matter if it's surrounding a big event or not. There's always a buzz in the French Quarter, and we're excited for the chance to be able to visit there.
I got to tell you, this is pretty special for me. I've only been through this town once in my life. That was years and years ago when I was driving the One Lap of America, and we passed through. We stopped for maybe 10 minutes on Bourbon Street in the middle of the day, took some video for the show we were doing, and moved on. So I'm really pumped about being here.
Is that picture when you and Ray Haroon did that lap?
Yeah, Ray and I were there, yeah. And we had the first rearview mirror. It was amazing. Okay, enough of that. How about Carlos Huertas? Nick, you around?
Yeah, I was going to say, save me there. Yeah, the last time I remember a racetrack being this wet, I think Carlos Huertas went to Victory Lane. That was in Houston a year ago. You like the wet conditions, but nobody going on the racetrack. What's the plan for you here?
Just waiting, hoping for the track to get dry so we can get some dry running in, because if it rains Saturday and Sunday, it's pointless to waste tires today.
How about your personal goals for year two? I mean, you ask any rookie driver, and if they say, yeah, we want to race, mission accomplished. What's your goals for year two now with Dale Coyne Racing?
Just get better and better, improve on the areas that I'm not so strong or that I need to get better at from last year. Obviously, I need to get better on the ovals, but I think the experience that I had last year is going to help me, hopefully be more consistent. But obviously this year everything changed a lot because the cars changed, so it's like starting from zero again for everybody.
You're a guy that's very stoic. Are we going to find you out on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter at all down here in New Orleans? They like to party. That's what I plan on doing. You got any plans for that tonight?
I don't think so, because I like to sleep, so I need to get at least 10 hours sleep, so 9:30, 10 I'm in bed.
10 hours of sleep?
Yeah, 10 to 12 is nice.
I don't think I'm going to get that much. We'll let you enjoy the rest of the day, and hopefully it clears up. Thanks.
Thank you.
That is Carlos Huertas, our winner from Houston a year ago. And Paul, still red flagged and still no drivers hopping in race cars.
Yeah, the Hamaltro safety team is out there. There's only one truck that, well, no, there are several now that I've noticed out there trying once again to get some movement, maybe kick the water in the puddles, though there are very few, but there's still some damp areas, kick the water up in the air and get it to evaporate. One of the difficult things, though, Mark, is in an area like this, where you have a high humidity, it's kind of where is the water going to go? The air is already pretty saturated.
Well, and again, a flat racetrack, not a lot of drainage here. As we're watching, the young fan on the video board really enjoying himself here at NOLA. That's a great thing about kids that age. They can find just absolutely anything to entertain themselves.
You looked like that one day. You were excited about these cars.
But that's the problem. You combine that with the atmospheric conditions and the temperatures and whatnot, and it's a long and slow, rather tedious process. Nick Yeoman on pit road. Jack Hawksworth, the young man who, boy, I tell you, he didn't get a top 10 the conventional way at St. Petersburg. I don't think I remember a driver in recent memory that worked so hard for a top 10, in fact.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mark, it seems like every race that we go to, there's always one guy that has one of those interesting days, and you always hope that it ends up on the positive side, and that's how I would describe, Jack, your weekend in St. Pete, especially that race. I mean, there were some lows, but to end up with a top 10 run in your first run with this ABC Supply AJ Foyt team had to be mission accomplished, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, from where we started, it was great. Obviously, the big low was qualifying, but the race was big high. We knew we had a really quick car because we'd been very fast in practice and stuff, and obviously we had the unfortunate incident in qualifying. But apart from that, the car was very quick in the race, and had a good fun race. We had some lows and highs in the race as well, to be honest, but good strategy from the boys, and a really fast car enabled us to get to the front. So good start to the season, lots of points. I'd like to be a bit further up, and that's what we'll try to do in the next few weekends.
A year ago with Brian Herta's team, you're a rookie, one-car team. I mean, you're trying to learn, the team's trying to learn. Not a lot of data to bounce it off of with teammates. How big is it to have a guy like Takuma Sato, who, I mean, historically has just been awfully fast on some of these road and street courses, especially with this AJ Foyt team? I mean, a two-car operation, I would assume, has to help you quite a bit.
No, he's obviously completely different environment, 2 cars, and I'm working with some really good personnel, which is really good. Takuma's really easy guy to work with, and I think the people we've got on the team are really got a really good set of guys. So pretty excited about what we can do this year. We're just working away every day, every week to try and keep smoothing out any issues we do have and get better and better. And I think we showed Takuma and myself, the team's got a lot of speed, and we got a little bit of work to do to get right to the front, but we're not far off it, and certainly that's the target.
I asked Carlos Huertas if he's the Bourbon Street, New Orleans type guy, and he said he's going to get at least 10 hours of sleep. We're going to see you out enjoying yourself at all this weekend?
Well, I don't think I'm going to get 10 hours of sleep. I can't remember if I ever get 10 hours of sleep. But, I'll probably be staying early night. And, on these race weekends, you come to all these amazing places. People ask you, what do you get up to? You just, I saw the hotel, the track, and the airport, and that was about it.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
That is Jack Hawksworth. Paul, I'll tell you what, all these race car drivers, they're way too professional. I'm going to party tonight. I'm not going to lie.
Well, exactly, and I think they're probably not necessarily giving you the entire truth. I know that there are a number of the teams that are planning on finding the good side of New Orleans and having a great time tonight. Right down the pit straightaway right now, just a long procession of trucks, many of them wreckers, the lights flashing, yellow lights on top of the trucks, trying to see what they can do about getting the track just a little bit drier. Right now we've had 9 minutes, almost 10 minutes of red flag. And in the session right now, we're at just over 30 minutes of what is scheduled to be a 1-hour session. And, Jake, what do you have for us?
Ryan Hunter-Reay actually was taking a look over that very familiar DHL, car number 28, looking over his Honda. And, I talked to Graham Rahal earlier today. He made an interesting point to me. He said that when he first talked to you about this track, you said, Graham, I'm not going to lie to you, I had some teammates that we could bounce stuff off of, and maybe that was why you were a little faster in the test. Take me through the first time you went through this track and the advantage, Ryan, of having other guys, obviously, that you can look over the data and learn about what works here at this motorsports park.
Oh, well, it always helps to have teammates. It's more information that you can use, whether good or bad, knowing what to do or what not to do. So it is more information, and the quicker you can get to the bottom of it, the quicker you're going to be and the faster you're going to be on track. So,
what challenges did you notice? I mean, you personally, when you went out, what part of this track did you think, yeah, boy, I'm ready to get back in there and see what Carlos or what Marco has, because this part has confused me, if any?
There's just there's a couple tricky sections that you can drive it. Some drivers are driving it one way, some are driving it another way. There's a couple ways to slice it, and if you're in a situation to look at other drivers' data and understand how they're doing it, you can maybe put it together. So the turn 11, 12, 13 complex, for instance, that's a pretty tricky section. There's a couple different ways to do it, and we've seen a variety from from the Chevys and the Hondas on how to get through there. So that goes for another part of the track too, over on the other end, turn 3, 4, 5.
Life's been pretty good to you, to Ryan Hunter-Reay here in the last year or so, obviously, from a family standpoint, from the Indianapolis 500 standpoint. And with that, I wanted to ask you also to have DHL back on board for another year. This is a deal that was done a while ago, I realized, but it's the first time I've gotten a chance to talk to you in 2015 to know that you've got a great partner with you again.
Yeah, first year of a 3-year deal here with DHL and Andretti Autosport. So it's definitely good times ahead, and we're just we're getting through it here, lap by lap, test by test, and race by race. Hopefully we can put this 28 DHL Honda up towards the front this weekend.
Car looks good. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
That's Ryan Hunter-Reay. Paul?
Hey, Jake, as you're standing right there, look up and down a little bit. As they're trying to dry the track, there was the mention earlier that maybe the cars are sitting on the tires that they use just to roll them out into the pits, which would be wet. But do you see, it seems to me I'm seeing a couple cars with dry tires on it just waiting for the moment. Is that what you're seeing?
I think that's exactly what we're going to see, yeah. I don't think that we will see anybody else go back on this track today unless it's on the dry tires. And again, that reason being they're going to wait until this track is dry and then just preserve. You got to keep in mind, if they anticipate, and I think everybody is planning that this could be the case, if they're anticipating that they're going to have to run this race on wet tires, that's probably 3 sets right there. You factor in the fact that they only get 6 wets for the weekend, throw in qualifying, throw in another practice session, and as a result, probably in your best interest to go ahead and wait right now and wait to go out on those slick, dry tires.
It's interesting how different drivers approach this sort of thing. Like right now, within the Penske organization, there are 4 drivers, of course. 3 of them, Pagenaud and Will Power and Juan Montoya are out of the cars kind of casually walking around. But Helio Castroneves has stayed strapped in his cockpit from right when they first brought the cars out in the track. So two different approaches to what they're doing here. Some casual, some perhaps a little more concentration.
Yeah, everybody has a different approach and a different mindset. Some just, prefer to sit in that cockpit, be alone with their thoughts before they, get back out on the racetrack. They don't want to go through the process of, reconnecting the Haas device and everything else that goes along with being seated in that cockpit. Some are just the most comfortable there, and as we said, prefer to be alone with their thoughts. But we hope that the patience and persistence of these tremendous fans that we saw come out today is rewarded with some solid laps here, and it'd be nice to get about 20 to 25 minutes of green flag time here at NOLA before we call it a day.
It's a good time to sneak a peek up and down the pits and see what everybody's doing. For example, Tony Kanaan right now is kind of up on the wall looking at his scoring stand and just talking with his people. And up and down the pits, that's pretty much what you're seeing. We were talking about the aid that Dario Franchitti is going to be giving Sage Karan, but Rick Mears, four-time winner, he's been out on the course itself, just checking it out. And then he'll, of course, come back to Penske and help a great deal with his observations. Believe me, when that man talks, that's a good time to listen, Jake.
I'll tell you what, the one guy here who does not yet have dry tires on his car, but I've got a feeling they'll make that change as soon as we get this track is completely dry, and that's the 83 of Charlie Kimball, that very familiar orange and blue machine. And wet's right now, but I've got a feeling that you're going to wait until this thing's dry to go out, right?
Yeah, I think everyone's being fairly cautious. Just as wet as it is offline and some of the puddles offline, I think we're going to wait until they get the track in a little better shape. The limit of spares is kind of everyone's thought. Overall, we were reasonably happy with the Novolog FlexPen car this morning. We just had a couple of tweaks and we had a couple of mechanical issues we had to clean up for this afternoon. So hopefully we'll get to run 20 or 30 minutes at least, get some track time. It's definitely cooled off, and I don't know what the weather seems to be very changeable for the rest of the weekend, so I'm not sure what it's exactly going to do.
Last time I saw you, it would have been Monday. Earlier this week, you were out at the NCAA Final Four. I thought it was a great opportunity for you to go around and talk to some of the different radio stations from across the country there for basketball and kind of get them talking IndyCar as well. Did you have a good time down there?
Oh, I did. It was awesome. What an incredible event. I think Indianapolis, my sort of adopted hometown or residence at the moment, does events really well. We see that every Memorial Day weekend with the Indianapolis 500. And to be able to go and talk IndyCar racing at the sort of heart of IndyCar in downtown Indianapolis. Some of the radio guys were saying they'd been out to the Speedway for the tour on Friday and really enjoyed it. So to be able to go and talk IndyCar racing, coming off St. Pete and then rolling into the inaugural Grand Prix in New Orleans, it was a lot of fun. I had a blast.
Going to get a chance to go out on Bourbon Street?
I don't know that I'll have the opportunity this weekend. I've been down here a couple of times for events with Novo Nordisk over the last few years, and then we did a media day earlier this year. So it's a great city. It has a lot to offer, and the fact that we've got a premier motorsports event as well makes it pretty cool.
We'll let you get back to work. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks, Jake.
Charlie Kimball, again, waiting it out, as is everybody, Nick, and that includes Sarah Fisher.
Yeah, she was certainly a fan favorite as a driver. I think she's still a fan favorite as a car owner as well. One of the co-owners of CFH Racing with the 20 of Luca Filippi, the 67 of Joseph Newgarden this weekend. How did that first weekend go for this team in St. Petersburg a couple weeks ago? Happy with the results?
Well, I think it went pretty good. I think having a good, solid start to the year, 9th and 12th, and I think, seeing Luca get the best result of his career so far, keeping his head down, and, here talking to the guys right now while we're down for the rain and the weather, and, just keeping their head to the ground and checking the things off the list that they needed to do to get a good result. I think it was good progress.
Big announcement this past week. This two-car team becomes a three-car team in the month of May at Indianapolis with J.R. Hildebrand. I mean, the addition, I would assume, got to be awfully excited to have him back in a car.
Oh, absolutely. He's a great kid, and I know this team, Ed and everybody here, they were really happy working with him in the past, and I've always wanted to work with him myself. So I think it's going to be great. It's certainly our best shot there to have some great results at Indianapolis, and just looking forward to seeing the whole group get on track in the month of May.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks.
That is Sarah Fisher, one of the co-owners of CFH Racing, Paul Page.
Yeah, and Nick, just a few moments ago, you were walking by Ed Carpenter's team. It's once again this year, Ed has made the decision they're going to split the chores. Ed will do ovals, and Luca Felipe will do the road courses. It seems like a great idea, and it looks like it worked pretty well for him last year.
Yeah, and actually he's out here on pit lane. We'll see if we can grab a quick word with him. Luca, we were just talking to one of your co-owners, Sarah Fisher. You're pretty happy with how you ran at St. Petersburg? I mean, a top 10 run and first run with this team, I would assume that was mission accomplished.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the first race for me with this new team, so obviously we had a lot of things to learn. It was my very first time at St. Pete, so I had to learn the circuit as well. And I think the race went good and went well. We had a very good strategy. The guys made a great job at the pit stop, so at the end we finished in the top 10, and I hope we can build from there.
Fuzzy's Ultra Premium Vodka, the sponsor on this car, of course, the owner of that company, Fuzzy Zeller. The Masters is going on right now. It's a big golf tournament. You much into golf?
Yeah, in Europe is not as big as here, but obviously I do. I like it.
What do you think of New Orleans, this racetrack? I mean, a lot of people compared it to Cleveland. I know that's a racetrack you didn't get a chance to race on, but, I mean, not a lot of elevation, but it seems like a lot of speed.
Yeah, I really like it so much because it reminds me a little what we have in Europe, that kind of circuit, that you have to roll a lot of speed into the corner. We can find a lot of grip as well. So it's actually very challenging, and I tell you, the race is going to be also very tiring because it's a very demanding circuit, but I think it suits my driving style, and I hope we'll do well.
You bring up the physical demands. I heard all the drivers talk about in testing about with these new aero kits, all the extra load, the downforce, that physically you had to be in some good shape. With one race under your belt, and I know St. Pete maybe isn't the best. We're really going to find out, I would think, at Barber Motorsports Park and some of these natural terrain road courses, but how worn out were you after that St. Pete race compared to other races that you've done?
Actually, it was good because we also worked a lot on drivability point of view. So from that point of view, it was tiring and demanding, but I was fine at the end of the race. Don't know about this one. Probably this one could be even harder, I would say.
All right. Well, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is Luca Filippi. It's a sharp-looking car, Paul Page. That green and that gold for Fuzzy's Ultra Premium Vodka. The Chevrolet for CFH Racing.
Thanks, Nick. We have now 20 minutes, actually almost 21 minutes of red flag time, and 41 minutes, almost 42, completed in this session. We'll see what the officials decide in the next few minutes, I'm sure, as to whether or not they're going to be able to get the track operational to the way they want it, and what they will do with the overall time of this practice session. We're still waiting for that information. There is one pesky little part of the race course. The Homaltro safety team is out there. They've got the brooms out and a couple of their vehicles, and they also have the Air Titan that's been out working in that area. But it seems like it's a puddle right on the edge of the track in an area that everybody might be worried about, so they're paying particularly close attention to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's to the point to where you can't have anything like that in a racing groove, there's no question. And you got to believe, based upon the radar showing, the lack of potential for more moisture in the area, led them to make the decision to red flag the session and then go out and get that track as dry as they could possibly get it. In order to allow these teams to hold on to those Firestone wets, because the forecast indicates, Paul, there's a better than average chance that eventually all of those sets, or at least a fair amount of them, the Firestone wets will be needed both Saturday and Sunday. Actually, the last forecast I saw, there was reason for optimism for tomorrow. A little less so on Sunday, but again, that's a work in progress. And I just hope for everyone that has been involved, from the state and local leaders and the fans and the media that have been just tremendous in terms of their support and the anticipation and the promotion of this event. The great folks at Andretti Sports Marketing and just everyone that's been involved, Paul, with preparing this event. I hope Mother Nature cooperates because these people deserve to have plenty of cooperation from the weather in order to entertain these folks throughout the course of this weekend. Jay Query.
I'll tell you, one of the car paint schemes that's going to take a little bit of getting used to for me is to see that Aero Black machine, car number 5 of James Hinchcliffe. But it is a cool-looking race car. James Hinchcliffe, welcome to New Orleans as we hurry up and wait, right?
Yeah, welcome back. I mean, I've been lucky, from really the inception of this race. I've been pretty involved. I was down here for the announcement last June that we were coming. I got, the awesome privilege of being part of Mardi Gras as part of the whole promotion and build up to the race, which was, a next level experience. And now obviously getting to be here through testing in the race weekend. It's pretty exciting to finally get here and get the race going.
What have you noticed as somebody who has done a lot of what we call the advance and getting people interested here in terms of the local interest, the buzz, and maybe people who are sports fans but didn't know a lot about open wheel racing? What has been your observation?
What's been so great about everybody in New Orleans is they've embraced the race in a way that you don't see a lot. I mean, I don't know if it's because there's no racing really in this area, so the first one coming to town is really exciting, or just, everybody here being great sports fans. But from the first time we showed up, people knew about us. They knew the race was coming. They knew the track was here. They'd heard about that. They knew we were IndyCar. It wasn't like, oh, yeah, there's some race coming. What do you race again? They were really knowledgeable, and they seemed really interested. So it's been great. The city's been giving us a very warm welcome.
Now, I think that going to Mardi Gras with you or going through the French Quarter with you would be very fun. You're a personable guy, but people have the opportunity to have their own Mardi Gras with you on the Yard of Bricks at the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway in May, correct?
That's right. We got a cool event happening. It's called Rev Indy, May 2nd. It's kind of kicking off the month of May. And the parties, it's a charity event. It's to benefit the At-Track Hospital there. But what's really cool about it is we're actually holding a dance party on the front straight on the Yard of Bricks at 10 o'clock. DJ up in the starter stand. It's the first time we've ever done anything like that, so it should be pretty cool.
And again, the website where people can find out more about that?
RevIndy.org. Find that.
Do you anticipate we're going to get some time in here once the track gets dry? What will you look for?
Yeah, I'm getting the nod right now from my strategist, so I think we're heading out.
That's good news. We appreciate it. Good luck to you. James Hinchcliffe, Spider on the side of that car, as well as Arrow, car number 5 for Sam Schmidt. And it looks like, indeed, we might start seeing some cars on track.
Yeah, in the past few seconds, as a matter of fact, Mark, certainly no longer than a minute ago, you started to see a great deal of agitation up and down the pits, people moving toward their cars. Elio Castroneves, who had climbed out after sitting in it for a long time, has just climbed back into his Penske machine, and it looks like we are going to get some people out. They've sent the safety crews off to their different positions on the racetrack, and while there's still some dampness on the track, it seems like now's the time. The question is, I assume they're going out on dry tires.
Yeah, I think the prevailing approach was let's try to get the racing groove as dry as we can possibly get it, and give these guys an opportunity to get some laps in at speed. And again, an interesting approach and an interesting mindset, Paul, because there's a pretty good chance that sometime during the course of this weekend, those wet tires are going to be needed. But I also understand from a tire management standpoint in terms of what's available to these teams and these drivers throughout the course of the weekend, it would have been really, really difficult to get much accomplished early on in that session with the conditions of the track. Because, again, if you go out there with the slicks and you hit water, you're going to lose every bit of traction regardless of the amount of downforce that's on these cars. But by the same token, Paul, with all of the dry areas that there were on the track, would have just had a cheese grater effect on those rain tires. So that all went into the decision-making process.
Nothing at all.
Race control maintains checkers at 6:25. So, Paul, best case scenario, I think, at this time, if they got into the cockpit right now, as we got Coletti among those, just getting ready to put the helmet on. If you figure, if it takes 2 to 3 minutes to get up to speed, you're looking at about 10 minutes of green time for these drivers here to wrap up the day.
One of the safety trucks heading for its station right down the pit straight just a moment ago, and the others backing into position at their stations throughout the course. And Will Power has just gotten into a position where his crew member is helping him put on his Hans device and his helmet. We've had 27 minutes and 30 seconds of red. We're anticipating to go green, start those engines, fire up, and go green any time now. Already the yellow flag is being held in the air straight up at the starter stand, which is an indication to the teams to prepare yourselves, and we're going to fire those engines and get going. So that is good news. The bad side of it is what Mark just mentioned. We have just burned off 49 minutes of this session. And so we're only going to have, 10 minutes to go. If I don't do math in public, but occasionally it works. And they say there's 1 minute to go, and they're going to
yellow
tell
flag
them
in
to
the air.
head out of there.
Paul Blevins is in the flag stand. He's flagging the race this weekend, and he puts the yellow flag in the air, signifying that we have 1 minute to go before those engines will fire, and we'll get some laps in. And again, it's great news for those that have been here most of this day. Enjoying all of the various series that we're running here. 2/3 of the Mazda Road to Indy series are here this weekend, and we look forward to watching their exploits over the course of the weekend. And it's good to see the IndyCar series get the opportunity to turn some laps here.
And it's good to see the new fans find out, well, occasionally it does rain, but this is what you do. You wait, you have a good time, talk, go back, the green flag waves, and we're going to go with the session as a green flag session, and the cars already begin to roll out. In fact, right now there are 5 of them on the pit road going out and take a look at what this course is going to be like. I imagine they're going to tiptoe a little bit first time around.
Had the opportunity to go out during one of the breaks of the actions and climb up on the lifts. Jake Query will be into that long 3,000-foot long main straightaway and watch that dogfight into turn number 1. And all of the drivers firmly believe that turn 1 and turn 10 will be the optimum passing zones on this course. I'll be at the other end. I'll get them off of turn number 9 as they come down what is essentially the back straightaway here as they get ready to set up for that turn number 10, and I'll carry them all the way through 13. So a picturesque view some 30 to 40 feet in the air for both of us, and we're anxious to have the opportunity to watch these drivers tackle this course under race conditions for the first time come Sunday.
Well, let's consider for a moment as they are warming up on their first lap, most of the cars heading out there. What this is that long straightaway that you mentioned to what is almost a right angle right-hand turn. That's turn 1. It's kind of bumpy on the inside of the approach there, a little smoother the further to the left, the further to the outside you go. Into that turn, then sweep back turn 2 to the left, and then into a tight hairpin, which is turn 3, which leads you a very short little run into turn 4, which is a hairpin, but it's a little bit wider. Then again, a short run. Turn 5 is angled to the right, as is turn 6, a little steeper, almost 90 degrees. Slight angle for turn 7, and that gives you a pretty good run down to turn 8 and 9, a little bit of a switchback, and then a long run where they get their terminal velocity as they run down into turn 10, where they turn right, swing back immediately to the left for 11, and 12 is a right-hander, and that's where they make the choice to either go into the pits or to continue on the lap, and turn 13, that's the last one on the course, and that's, of course, where you're going to be watching.
Yep, 2,300 feet, that back straightaway that you mentioned coming off of turn number 9, and the length of the racetrack as they wind their way through that 10 through 12 portion of the course is a little over 1,300 feet. That's 1,354 feet, but the thing to note about this, folks, no banking of the turns, and it is extremely flat, and as Paul said, in some key passing zones, there's some noticeable bumps that we've seen on the monitor today. The drivers have talked about them.
And so as finally they're back on the course, and finally on this lap, we should see some of the speeds actually posted. It seems like everybody, for example, at the moment, the onboard camera is on the screens here, and on your streaming showing the onboard from Juan Montoya as he works his way around, of course, the winner of the first race of the season 2 weeks ago at St. Petersburg, and he's happy about that, happier even that he has a chance to do it again. They are, without question, Penske the people you're going to have to watch here.
It's staggering to me to think that Roger Penske, with all the success that he's had in motorsports, and one of the reasons why he's had some success, Paul, is that he is far from wanting to rest on his laurels, and let's face it, there's Juan Montoya throws his hand up.
He darted to the left. We're watching an onboard camera. He darted to the left to make a pass, and all of a sudden James Hinchcliffe was right in front of him, moving a little slower on the left-hand side, and Juan just extended his hand out like, what are you doing?
What are you doing? That's
and
right.
Now he's back in pursuit, back up to speed, but I'm sure he wasn't real happy with that, especially if he was trying to find a time. Through a couple of puddles, though. He just kicked up an awful lot of water, as there's still out there quite a few puddles on the course, but it didn't seem to bother him all that much.
We were talking about Team Penske. They come off a season in which not only do they win a championship, but they also win a runner-up. They had 3 of their drivers, Paul, in the top 5 in points to wrap up the season. and they go out and get another guy who finished in the top 5 in points in Simon Pagenaud to create a 4-team juggernaut. So that's what the rest of the paddock is facing in terms of this 4-pronged approach that Roger Penske and Tim Cindric is taking, and we saw the fruits of their off-season labor pay off in spades at St. Petersburg as they swept the top spots in qualifying and were so very dominant in the race.
Helio Castroneves is out there as well, and do have to say, haven't even started the second race of the season, so to assign total dominance to anybody at this point would be a little bit much. I'm sure that there are a whole lot of guys that want to say, no, we're going to come up.
Well, and again, like last year, okay, we did have, quite frankly, 10 different winners last season, a record. But Paul, bottom line is this, and I'm not the first one that's made this point. It was made many, many times before we started to broach it. Bottom line is this. Multi-car teams, regardless of how many different winners we have, it's the multi-car teams that are best built for success over the long haul. And I think that's why year in and year out, at least in recent memory, you have seen the multi-car teams like Andretti, like Ganassi, and Penske competing for championships as we get to the close of the season. Now, certainly, there are some teams that could, quite frankly, disrupt that party. I know we talked about it at St. Petersburg. I know these drivers are not easily intimidated, if intimidated at all. If they were, this would not be their trade, but they got to have a lot of respect for how deep and competitive this paddock is, because you could go a long way down that starting grid and find a driver that you can conceivably list as a guy or gal that's capable of winning on any given weekend.
Every time they look down the front straightaway to that right hand that is turn 1, there is that ripple, and it, like we've said it a couple of times, a little more prominent to the inside, but it's definitely unsettling to the cars. We just got a really good look at Jack Hawksworth in his 41 car. He tried to use the inside line. He was battling with somebody else, and the ripple really had him bouncing, and finally he had to just lock the brakes up and try and get it stopped before getting into that corner, because it was going to go wrong.
Couple of laps into this session, Paul, we've still yet to see a few cars cross the timing and scoring line for the first time. Talking about Pagenaud, Sage Karam, Scott Dixon. Haven't seen Tony Kanaan clear a time yet. Huerta, Stracconi, Newgarden, and Kimball. We have had 16 cars now post-time so far in this session.
What we are seeing is a lot of the cars here also trying to pass, trying to find out where their places are. Again, turn 1, turn 10 is what they say is going to be the place. Remember, too, that IndyCar, after they had a bit of a problem with some of the new pieces coming off the cars with contact at St. Pete, have strengthened a number of them. One example might be, if you remember, the front wing of the Chevrolet has kind of almost what looks like a little table or a place where they could put their tools, but it's a key aerodynamic device. It just comes up and then it flattens into a wing. Down at the base of that, they've added a number of layers of carbon under there, carbon fiber, to strengthen that up, and then strengthen to some degree the way that the fasteners actually go down to attach that to the front ring. So a couple things like that hopefully will help keep them on the car.
Marco Andretti for now is P1, but this pace is well off of what we saw in the 119s of the earlier session. Hawksworth, as we mentioned, as the session continues, we expect the pace to quicken. Hawksworth now at P1 at 123.74. Again, we were in the 119 range earlier today. That gives you an idea just how much conditions have changed. Andretti, Coletti, Jakes, and Filippi the top 5, and then Munoz, Sato, Power, Montoya, Castroneves, Simona Di Silvestro, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Simon Pagenaud, Hinch, Graham Rahal, and Gabby Chavez have all turned laps, some of them not necessarily at speed. The most turned in the session, 6 by Hawksworth and Andretti. But again, off 119s earlier today, we're in the 123.2 range.
Right at 2 minutes to go in this session, and then it will be done until tomorrow. It's kind of neat taking a look at some of these cars, especially like Graham Rahal, bright yellow car. But when it comes straight at you, it has the Honda configuration up front in terms of the aero pack, and it just has a really mean look to it when you see it coming head on.
Good-looking race cars all over the racetrack, no question.
Yeah, the changes that they made over the winter to, one, help identify the cars a little better, Chevrolet versus Honda, and to give a little more expansion to the concept of technology and design, seems to have really worked out. I mean, I love the appearance of both cars. They're different, but they're cool to look at.
I agree with a lot of the observations. Some of them even sitting still look fast.
You know, here's the problem with that. I love the way almost any race car looks.
Yeah,
I just think they're so cool. Well, we're coming up with 1 minute to go if they actually run on the clock. IndyCar has tried to help these drivers out in any way they can, giving them a little extra time. We don't anticipate that. We should be done in about 54 seconds, but we don't know. They may give them some time. They've been ad-libbing the schedule a little bit today to try to help everybody out. We'll see what happens now. James Jakes has gone to the top, followed by Elio Castroneves, Hunter Ray in third, Sato now to fourth, Di Silvestro to fifth, and Hawksworth and Andretti, who were on the top just a moment ago, are now sixth and seventh. James Jakes comes back up to the top, and that pushes Castroneves, Hunter Ray, and Sato down.
122 now, the quick lap. 122.3. Again, that's off 119s this morning. As Paul told you, Jakes, Elio, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Sato, Di Silvestro now sixth quick, Hawksworth, Rahal, Andretti, then Coletti, Felipe, Munoz, Power, Montoya, Hinchcliffe, and Chavez. Those guys just turned a couple of installation laps.
We'll keep an eye on the starter stand now because we should be just a second or so away from the end of this session. It remains green as they go past that original scheduled time. So they're going to keep them out there at least a little bit longer. And they have decided 5 more minutes is the way to go. So they are trying to help them in every way they can.
Yeah, I think some of the teams that have still not turned a lap, Paul, it's going to be interesting to see. Given the difference in the times, although Coletti now is in the 121.5 range, as we mentioned, 119, you got to wonder, those teams that are choosing not to take advantage of this session, if it's a tire management issue as much as anything. I mean, Ganassi, for instance, you look at the fact that Karam hasn't turned a lap, Dixon hasn't turned a lap, Kanaan hasn't turned a lap, and neither has Charlie Kimball. Apparently they don't feel like that this session offered them maybe much to be gained, and it's more important to go into the day tomorrow to have the full allotment of tires at their disposal.
Ryan Hunter-Ray just goes quick for this session, but it's a 120.9, so well off the times that we saw in the earlier session, but we're also talking a racetrack that is still somewhat damp. You know what I keep seeing, though? Every time I look up there, the top 10, top 5, I see Coletti's name. Now, here's a new guy, Stefano. He looks like somebody in the rookie class that we're going to want to keep track of. So as we move to these now final moments, it's more official. We've got about 4.5 minutes left to go, and we'll see if they add any time or speed to this. Coletti just goes around Ryan Hunter-Ray. He runs a 120.9 and picks up quick again. Marco Andretti moved up to fifth just now, 122.2. So again, as we often see at the end of these sessions, we're seeing some change up in the top of the form. You know, at least you can go home if you're going down to Bourbon Street or elsewhere in the downtown. You can now go down as a race driver and say, yeah, my name's Coletti. I, by the way, was number 1 out there today.
Well, Paul, we're just watching on one of the monitors here. My apologies. The in-car camera showed Charlie Kimball, and yet I don't see a time up for Charlie Kimball in terms of time and scoring. So, matter of fact, we're watching the in-car camera on the monitor now with Charlie Kimball. We're ensconced in a booth in which we have no view out the window of the racetrack, and so we rely not only on the multi-camera monitor but also timing and scoring. And for some reason, we don't see a time posted for Kimball, for Karam, Dixon, Kanaan, Huertas, Draconi, and Newgard. Perhaps we shouldn't make the assumption based upon that they've not turned any laps, even though we haven't seen them on the monitor other than Kimball.
Pagano goes number 1 just a moment ago. He's followed by Power and by Coletti. So we're going to check out, we have actually 2 different systems of scoring. They are both fed by the same antennas and the track lines out on the track. But you'll see, you could take your little transponder off and go out, but you get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, well, now we see a time posted by Charlie Kimball that finally pops up. So we've been watching him turn a couple of laps, and maybe he just went on to the racetrack, but we still don't have a time according to either of the timing and scoring systems that we employ. We don't see a time for Karam, Dixon, Kanaan, Huertas, Draconi, and Newgard.
Pagano, now Hunter Ray goes number 1, followed by Pagano, Power, Coletti, and Di Silvestro. That's your top 5. Not that many laps actually turned. The most thus far turned by Marco Andretti. He's turned 10. Of course, we had a long red session here and really just got going only a few minutes ago. Almost everybody else is in the 8, 5, 6, 7, and 8 category, and Charlie Kimball just comes up with 1 lap, as does Chavez, has now turned 1 lap on the clock. Sebastian Bourdais has only turned 2. So it's been a mixed bag as we go into the final minute of this session, and one car getting off back on the backside of the circuit, but in fact is able to get it back under power, get out of the way, and get going once again. James Jakes is the guy, and he comes back up to speed. No harm, no foul for him, but he did take a little off-course excursion. The back end just got away from him. He got off the edge of the track. That spun him around 180 degrees. He looked backwards, looking at the oncoming traffic, and then rolled it off into the gravel, powered it back up, and back on the road. So now we're counting down the final seconds of this session, probably the final 10 coming up right now.
Yeah, pretty good move by Jakes to keep that thing under power, so he did not bring out the red flag and it didn't necessitate a tow or a restart. But yeah, Will Power continues to pace, and Paul, this extra 5 minutes of the session as the checkers flies allowed some of these drivers to get themselves at least in the neighborhood of where they were in this session earlier today under drastically different conditions. Power, Hunter Ray, Pagano, Coletti. Those 4, Power, Hunter Ray, Pagano, and Coletti, got themselves in the 120 range. Power flirted with 119, as did Ryan Hunter Ray. They were at 121 and 120.27. Pagano at 120.55, and Coletti at a minute 20.90.
They started with a very wet track. The officials decided then, you know what, let's try and get this a little drier. We had 28 minutes and 41 seconds of red flag while they did just exactly that. But once they got back on the track, it seemed, especially since they come back on with the dry tires, the slicks, like people were beginning to learn something, though still they were hindered a little bit because there were puddles all throughout the course. What's Chip Ganassi think about it, Nick?
Well, that's the big question. Is I didn't see many of your cars out there that practice session. What's the thought process, the game plan there in this session?
We didn't know how much we were going to learn there 3 seconds off the pace, so we decided to wait and see. Hopefully we'll get some time in tomorrow. We'll be fine.
Pretty pleased with how the cars ran this morning, though?
They ran pretty good this morning. We're pretty happy with them, yeah.
The top 2 spots with Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan, and 4 in the top 11. That was this morning, though, Paul Page.
Well, we'll run down the numbers for you now since everybody has made it back to the pits answering the checkered flag. It is Power that is number 1, followed by Ryan Hunter Ray, then Simon Pagano, and then Stefano Coletti, then Di Silvestro. Montoya is 6, followed by Munoz. Kimball, who you mentioned earlier, Mark, has gotten on the chart in 8th now, followed by Takuma Sato and then Graham Rahal. That's your top 10. 11th is Hawksworth, followed by Marco Andretti, Elio Castroneves, James Jakes, James Hinchcliffe, Luca Felipe, and Gabby Chavez. That takes you through 17th. Bourdais is 18th, and then those are the cars that actually had times taken on the track. Karam, Dixon, Kanaan, Huertas, Draconi, and Newgarden did not show laps during that session.
Bourdais' lap actually was turned before that red flag, and you heard Chip Ganassi. Interesting that Kimball went out, was able to run in the top 10 speed-wise, but Chip Ganassi saying that I think the cars were going to be off the pace, and to be perfectly honest with you, we just didn't see the advantage. And Huertas, Draconi decided not to go out. Joseph Newgarden didn't either, and we would imagine that they would echo the sentiments of Chip Ganassi.
So we have 2 sessions complete, an abbreviated one, though, in this last session. And the IndyCars will be back tomorrow on Sunday and begin their practice at 1:30. These are Eastern times, 1:30 until 2:15. And then Indy qualifying, again Eastern times, 5:10 to 6:30 p.m. And we'll have coverage for you right here. This is the place to be. And we hope that you come back and join us at that time, and we hope that you are enjoying the IndyCars, the Verizon IndyCars, at the Indy Grand Prix of Louisiana. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Staba and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team, home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr. and then Bobby Rahal, Jack Villeneuve.